Roughly every 10 seconds, a newborn dies. So many of these deaths could be prevented by the amazing benefits of an own mother's milk diet, especially for those infants in need of care in the NICU. Research clearly shows the power of own mother's milk to reduce the risk and severity of disease, to build the strength and resilience of our most vulnerable infants. And yet, there is currently no global data outlining how many vulnerable infants are benefiting from this all-important start in life. On this critical issue, we're in the dark. We must do better. We must create a clearer picture of how many NICU infants across the world are being given this vital protection in the volumes they need in order to drive quality improvement. Working with leading experts, Medela has created simple but effective tools NICUs can use to assess the human milk practices they have in place, collect data, identify potential for improvement, and implement evidence-based best practices. Help us create a brighter future. Help us put human milk in the spotlight and drive changes that can benefit every infant. Talk to your Medela representative today to understand the tools we have available.
technology is increasingly present in our lives, shortening distances, bringing faster solutions, and with more practical ways of living day by day. We believe that for all of this to make sense, every solution needs a reason to exist. So, why not focus on using this technology to solve real problems in our society? At a time when neonatology had an important reduction in mortality, and today it has the challenge of preserving the quality of life of patients and their families, in a scenario where the number of children with disabling diseases is very large, representing a hard socioeconomic burden in Brazil and in the world. In a country of continental proportions where the heterogeneity of resources, protocols, and conducts represents a harsh reality. PBSF, Protecting Brains and Saving Futures, was born, with the motto of bringing accessible technology and intelligence to prevent neurological sequelae, as with the objective of promoting initial and longitudinal education and training, and also facilitating the implementation of methodologies and tools for early diagnosis and neuroprotection on a large scale. And for this, we created the CSI, a central of surveillance and intelligence where we use an advanced telemedicine system to break borders and shorten distances. In this scenario, we've already monitored more than 4,000 children in more than 270,000 hours of monitoring, distributed in more than 30 hospitals located in all 5 regions of the country. In addition, we're extremely pleased to work with international partnerships with a focus on education, research, and technological development. But we want to go further, generating homogeneity of protocols and conducts between distance centers and with different resources. With intelligent monitoring, longitudinal education, and capacity building, we can better serve high-risk babies. Together, we can make a difference in the lives of each of these little patients. We believe in the fundamental importance of each of these children being able to read, learn, and believe in tomorrow. Only in this way can we build a country and a better future. PBSF. Learn more at pbsf.com.br.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the second day of our half day of McGill Neonatal Conference, the number 10 we have organized so far. This afternoon, we'll have a very interesting program with 9 lectures from, I would say, outstanding speakers. So every time we organize a conference like that, we need to thank a lot of people. So I want to express our thanks to all the speakers from yesterday who gave excellent talks and great participation in the Q&A sessions, as well as the moderators. I cannot acknowledge more the work done by our secretaries. I've been organizing this meeting since the beginning, and without Tamara, Melissa, and Fevin, this would not be possible. There's a very great amount of work that they put to get the things together, and that's the reason why we have this conference here. I also want to acknowledge the support given to us by Protecting Brain and Saving Futures, the PBSF organization, who helped in the registration as well as in the whole logistics behind with the virtual platform. And all the slides you're seeing here and the videos, they produce that for free. So they really want to support education and partner with us at McGill. Also need to acknowledge the sponsors. The sponsors have been with us since the beginning, and it's a great help to get this conference going, because our only objective is to provide education to everybody working with us, everybody working with neonatal care, anywhere you are. I need to remind the audience about the evaluations. Yesterday, there was a glitch in the system. The evaluations could not have been filled. That was fixed overnight by PBSF. You can do your evaluation at the end of the presentation. If you try to do after each presentation, it will not accept submission. So you need to fill all the evaluations together, and then at the end, you can submit it. PBSF will be putting the link of the evaluations from the talks yesterday as well from the talks today. I'm gonna call Dr. Marie Brossard-Racine as a moderator of the first section of today. She presented yesterday, so Dr. Brossard-Racine is a PhD and associate professor at McGill School of Physical and Occupational Therapy. She's an associate member of the Division of Neonatology, and she's a scientist at the MUHC Research Institute. Dr. Racine is very much interested in child development, and she's conducting a lot of interesting research with us and in developmental assessment of these patients. So, Marie, thank you very much for your presentation yesterday and for moderating the session today.
Thank you so much, Guilherme, and good afternoon, everyone. As the moderator of this first session of today's presentation, I would like you to remind you and invite you to use the chat box to ask your question during the speaker's presentation, and I will be keeping an eye on those and regroup at the end of the 3 presentation that are up next for this module. So I have the privilege to introduce the first of 2 talks by one of our 3 keynote speakers who will be presenting today, Dr. Harvey Sarnath. Dr. Sarnath is a professor of pediatric neurology and neuropathology at the University of Calgary and Alberta Children's Hospital. He has devoted most of his career to developmental, fetal, and neonatal neuroanatomy and neuropathology, particularly in relation to brain malformations with clinical correlates and to the developmental neuropathology of epilepsy. Today, the title of Dr. Sarnath's first presentation is Sarnath Grading Scale for Neonatal Encephalopathy after 45 years.
And thank you very much for this very kind introduction. And let me see if I can put my screen up. Let me see. Where's Shanks? Share screen. Share screen. Where's my presentation though? I don't see where to put the presentation. Oh no. Share. Video file. And let's see. I can't seem to access my screen, my presentation. Can you put it up for me?
Yes, somebody is looking into this, so bear with us, please.
Let me.
Dr. Cernan?
Yes.
You can just open your PowerPoint now.
Well, I don't see where to open it though. Share.
On the bottom? No, it's already shared.
Yes, it says share.
Yeah, you can just click on the PowerPoint in the bottom.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes, it is. And yes, and then just presentation mode. Okay, thank you. Have a great presentation.
Well, I'm very pleased to be able to make this presentation. I thank the organizers of this excellent conference for inviting me to share my experience. About half a century ago, we published a grading scale, which was intended at the time to be only a very small pilot study. It included 21 infants that all had well-documented hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. All were born at term. And we avoided putting this term, HIE, in the title of the article because we thought that perhaps it might be applicable to other kinds of neonatal encephalopathies besides the ischemic injuries. And therefore, and it's actually it is. And so this small publication that we never intended to be important really took on a life of its own because it was confirmed by other investigators, and it's a clinical application that anybody can use. So the objectives of this conference this morning are to understand its original objectives of the scale, and to try to update it over the past half century with the new technologies and therapeutics and even neurological examination that has been evolving since that time. So on the left, you see the original scale, and on the right, you see a minor revision that we are proposing. And in this scale, I should mention to begin with that this can be applied at any time because it's non-invasive and it's just physical examination, really. And it can be done even in the first hours after birth. But the best predictive time really would be at 24 hours because there's depletion of neurotransmitters and other changes that occur during that first day that make the worst results appear on the second day, not the first day of life. And then retesting it at 5 to 7 days will have predictive value for whether there will be residual neurological deficits. In terms of the infants who must go are being considered for therapeutic hypothermia, you have about a 6-hour envelope, and so it should be done then before the therapeutic hypothermia is initiated, so that would be maybe at 5 hours, and then afterwards. And it's still under investigation whether it has value during the hypothermia when a lot of metabolic processes are slowed down. one of the aspects that we tried to emphasize, and even in the original paper, was the autonomic changes that occur in hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. And it's been a bit of a disappointment that people haven't really taken this up and emphasized this as much. But I think that it still requires some reconsideration and upgrading in terms of its importance, because I think it does have a lot of importance. And so these are some of the things that have changed in the last 45 years to suggest a need for updating. Not only advances in technology with neuroimaging that didn't exist in 1976, advances in EEG recording and amplitude integrated EEG monitoring, and big advances in neuropathology as well, with immunocytochemistry that can demonstrate now onset of synaptogenesis and identify specific types of neurons, whether GABAergic or glutamatergic or other transmitters, and also a better understanding of the pathophysiology of the postures and muscle tone. And it's important to understand to identify abnormal posturing in the newborn, and to be able to correlate that with the clinical impairment that is occurring. But it gives you a much greater insight if you understand the pathophysiology that is causing that kind of posturing. And I'm going to try to mention a few aspects of that in this talk. And so these are some of the changes that we're considering for the grading scale, and including even some aspects of simple physical examination, such as the addition of olfactory reflexes, which in our studies seem to correlate very nicely with impairment. Now, in looking at the pathophysiology that produces abnormal posturing in the newborn, we have to consider the immature neuroanatomy. There is a strong antagonism between the corticospinal tract, which has a different function in the newborn than it does in the mature brain, and the clustering of the many small bulbospinal pathways arising in the brainstem that Kuipers and Lawrence sort of grouped as medial and lateral subcorticospinal pathways. And it turns out that in the term neonate, there is an equilibrium and an antagonism, actually, between the medial subcorticospinal and corticospinal pathways. And we'll see how that works and how it's expressed clinically. So in this little scheme of the brainstem, you can see that you can identify a number of different pathways that would constitute the medial, and some that would constitute the lateral subcorticospinal pathways. And these would include many pathways arising in brainstem nuclei and structures, subcortical structures that would include the tectospinal, rubrospinal, olivospinal, vestibulospinal, reticulospinal. There are many small pathways which can be grouped into these two large categories. And as I said, the medial subcorticospinal is the most important because it's antagonistic to the corticospinal pathway. And so what do they do? And this is the reference to the original Lawrence and Kuipers paper in 1968. The lateral subcorticospinal pathway is not as important. It causes weak axial flexion, but doesn't really affect distal joints. The medial pathway, however, causes strong axial extension and strong distal flexion. The corticospinal does just the opposite in the newborn. Flexion of axial and proximal joints, which include not just the paraspinal muscles, but also muscles of the shoulder girdle and hip girdle, and distal extension of fingers, just the opposite antagonistic function of the medial subcorticospinal. And so here we see two infants. On the left is a 9-month-old born at term who had well-documented severe ischemic hypoxic encephalopathy, and you can see the posture of opisthotonus, the strong extension of the spine as well as of the hips. And if you notice carefully in his hands, there's a little cotton ball because he has strong distal flexion. And the cotton ball is just to protect his own hand from him injuring his palms with his fingers. The infant on the right, is a different infant. This is a term neonate who also had birth asphyxia. And you can see the strong flexed postures of the fingers and adduction of the thumbs. And adduction and flexion of the fingers come from the same pool of motor neurons in the spinal cord. And adduction, adduction, and extension of the fingers also come from the same but a different pool of motor neurons in the spinal cord, in the ventral horns. And so here we have examples of the corticospinal tract being impaired, but the medial subcorticospinal pathways being not as involved and therefore predominating, because hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy affects the cerebral cortex, the origin of the corticospinal tract, earlier and more severely than it does the brainstem, which is more resistant to hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. And so now we can start to have an approach to understanding these abnormal postures in terms of their pathophysiology and beyond simple clinical observations of what's occurring. In premature infants, you often get abduction of the hips instead of extension of the hips. And this has more to do with the development of the structure of the hip joint physically than it does with neurological differences in their expression. And you notice this infant also has strong flexion of the fingers. But even at present, there's still continuing discovery and research going into the pathophysiology of posturing. And so this is an article that came out in Nature just this year, just a couple of months ago, really, and showing a functional map for diverse forelimb actions within brainstem circuitry. We're talking about the bulbospinal tracts again, the medial and lateral subcorticospinal pathways. Another aspect of posturing would be the physiological dyskinesias in the newborn. It was shown in 1961 in a very important book by Professor Albrecht Peiper, who was doing his work in Leipzig, which at that time was East Germany. And this book was translated to English 2 years later. But he described that in premature infants between 26 and 32 weeks gestation, normal premature infants, there are dystonic movements of the shoulders and hips and athetotic or athetoid posturing of distal joints that disappear at about 32 weeks. And these figures that you see of the hand and foot of a premature infant are actually figures from Peiper's original 1961 book. And these clinical observations have been confirmed by many subsequent authors in other centers. And it's also been shown by other authors in more recent times by real-time ultrasound in utero of fetuses that show the transitory dystonic movements beginning as early as 15 weeks gestation in utero. And this is a very good book that summarizes these things, work of Alessandra Piontelli in Italy. And this infant obviously is not a 15-week fetus, but nevertheless, there's good examples in this book. So what's the explanation of these dyskinesias? Well, we did some work that showed the sequence of synaptogenesis in the corpus striatum, the caudate nucleus and putamen. And the brown coloring is synaptophysin, which is a glycoprotein, structural protein of synaptic vesicles. And you can see that at 13 weeks gestation, there is no synaptophysin expression yet. The white fascicles here are the anterior limb of the internal capsule. By 21 weeks, we see a very unusual pattern of synaptogenesis. It's a patchy pattern. And there's only one other place in the nervous system where you see this kind of patchiness, and that would be in the pontine nuclei of the basis pontis, part of the cerebellar system. And by 26 weeks, we see more synaptogenesis, but there still are some areas that are patchy because they have many more synapses than other areas that showed no synapses at 21 weeks. And by term, we see uniform synapse formation throughout the corpus striatum. These little white dots that you see within the nuclei are really small intrinsic axonal bundles, intrinsic fiber connections that we call the pencil bundles of Wilson. But the sequence of this patchy synaptogenesis in the corpus striatum correlates temporally very well to the clinical observations of the period of dyskinesias that are observed in premature infants and indeed in fetuses. The EEG also shows sequential maturation in premature infants and correlates very nicely with synaptogenesis in the cortex. So here you see a 3-day-old premature infant with the burst suppression pattern of bursts of activity that correspond to thalamic stimulation. When the cortex is stimulated by the ascending thalamocortical connections, and thalamus acts as a pacemaker that discharges every few seconds, you see a burst of synaptic activity within the cortex, but then you see a very low amplitude or loss of activity in between, and these interperiodic low voltage phases represent the intrinsic generated synaptic activity within the cortex, and there's so few synapses in the cortex really that you don't get much intrinsic synaptic circuitry yet. At term you do. And this is another example, but here we see a full-term neonate who was born at 40 weeks gestation, who has hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, and he has a very similar pattern of bursts of activity that correspond to thalamic stimulation and low voltage phases, which are intrinsic cortical activity. So why do you see that pattern? Well, if you look at the pattern of synaptic genesis in the cortex, starting at 19 weeks, there's only a few synapses in the molecular zone, deep part of the molecular zone. By 26 weeks, we see synapse formation in the deep parts of the cortical plate, but not in the superficial layers. And there's much more in the molecular zone, which are the excitatory GABAergic synapses of pyramidal cells from deep layers. By 33 weeks, we see that there are synapses throughout the cortex, but much more densely in the deep layers of the cortex than superficial. And by 40 weeks, it's uniform throughout the cortex. And so this pattern of synaptogenesis correlates very well with the EEG pattern that we see in premature infants. And the reason that we see the same thing in hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy is that it doesn't make any difference to the recording electrode in the scalp whether there are no synapses formed, so in the cortex, so there's no recording because the infant is too young, too early in gestation, or whether there is no synaptic function being recorded because the neurotransmitters are depleted. And one of the events that occurs with hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy is that there is a depletion of the stored neurotransmitter and lack of biosynthesis of new transmitter to replace it until the neuron can recover and start synthesizing neurotransmitter again. So hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy gives a pattern very similar to the premature infant in the EEG because the synapses, while they're anatomically present, they're non-functional because there's no transmitter substance present because of lack of biosynthesis in hypoxia. Olfactory reflexes are an aspect that we've been very interested in, and from 30 weeks gestation in the premature infant, and even it's been shown in fetuses as early as 28 to 30 weeks that they respond to to specific odors. And you can test that with a little plastic tube with a piece of cotton ball with a few drops of peppermint oil, which is a pure aromatic substance. You don't want to use an irritant such as ammonia because it stimulates the pain endings in the fifth nerve, which is a much stronger stimulus. But it's important. Olfactory reflexes also seem to be correlating very well with hypoxic impairment of cerebral function. And it's important to test during wakefulness. In deep sleep and quiet sleep, you won't get a response. There are abrupt transitions at birth that occur in many systems of the body, especially the pulmonary and cardiovascular systems. And in the nervous system, it's really been thought that there really aren't any abrupt changes in transition from prenatal to postnatal life, but rather a continuation of the developmental processes. Yet some recent evidence, and this also another article from Nature from this year, shows that there actually are some changes that occur at the time of birth in the nervous system. Particularly a peptide system in the brainstem is activated, and it seems to be important in the nuclei of respiration in the brainstem, the nucleus solitarius and the pre-Botzinger nucleus. And it helps initiate postnatal breathing. And so this is another aspect of very recent one, that there are some acute changes that occur at the time of delivery in neonates, and could also be impaired in hypoxic injury, so that the infant may not breathe, may be apneic at birth. There's a number of other aspects of things that are being investigated and that are showing promise as additional supplementary tools for evaluating hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. Some of them deal with autoregulation of cerebral blood flow and which may be impaired in hypoxic encephalopathy. And there's some new therapeutic measures as well, in addition to therapeutic hypothermia, which presently is the most effective treatment. There's also experimental use of stem cell infusions. The best ones are from the autologous placental progenitor cells from the infant's own placenta. There's work being done with xenon inhalation combined with hypothermia that seems to give more promising results. And other molecules such as galectin-3, which is a molecule of the cellular extracellular matrix signaling, which is upgraded in the first 24 to 72 hours after a hypoxic ischemic insult, and is not good. And inhibition of this can provide, at least in rodents, in mice, it provides histological protection of cortical neurons. So this here is an example. This may show some promise as well in humans. And you notice that there are major differences between neonatal, the neonatal HIE model, and adult stroke model. So I thank you for your attention, and my take-home message really is that try to understand the pathophysiology of hypoxic ischemic injury, as well as the important clinical observations and correlations with neuroimaging and with electrophysiology. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarnath, for this fantastic talk. Now I would like to introduce our next speaker, our second keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Courtney Wistoff. And Dr. Wistoff is an associate professor in the Department of Neurology and Pediatrics at Stanford University. So we're very fortunate to have her with us today. She is the neurology director of the Lucille Packard Children's Hospital, Stanford Neuro and ICU. And her current research examines neonatal seizures as potential modifiable risk factors in newborn with brain injury. Today, Dr. Whitstuff will be talking about neuromonitoring in neonates with neonatal encephalopathy.
Thanks very much to the organizers for allowing me to join you today. My name's Courtney Wostoff. I'm an associate professor of child neurology at Stanford University. I'm going to talk to you today about neuromonitoring in neonatal encephalopathy. These are my disclosures. I do receive grant and research support from the NIH and the Thrasher Foundation. I have received honoraria from the organizations listed. None of those will be topics we discuss today. And I have unpaid roles with the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology and the Journal Neurology. So we have 3 learning objectives for today. By the end of this presentation, my hope is that everybody will be able to identify at least 3 potential uses of EEG monitoring for neonates who have encephalopathy, and in particular for amplitude integrated EEG, or AEEG, to be able to list 2 advantages and 1 potential drawback for AEEG monitoring in neonates with encephalopathy. And lastly, to be able to describe what information is gained from NIRS when monitoring neonates with encephalopathy. Here's a brief outline of the order we'll go in today. To start out, why would we want to neuromonitor? Why should we add these devices? Is it just more expense? Are we getting any useful information? Well, when we say neuromonitoring, there's lots of different techniques that are used. There's continuous video EEG monitoring, which we'll talk about today. There's amplitude integrated EEG, which I will call AEEG for the rest of the presentation. There's near infrared spectroscopy, which I will call NIRS for the rest of today's talk. And all of these are complementary bedside tools that you can use in conjunction with clinical assessment and other diagnostics. So these aren't meant to replace the traditional strategies and techniques that we use. It's meant to give us additional information. Likewise, none of these is meant to be the sole source of information that you use to learn about your patient. You have to take it into account and integrate it with everything else you know. One thing in common for all of these methods of neuromonitoring is that they give real-time information about brain function. We use head ultrasound or MRI scans to learn about brain structure, but these tools are going to tell us about the actual workings of the brain function. So again, why should we do neuromonitoring? Well, the biggest reason is to evaluate brain function. And traditionally, as a neurologist, I evaluate brain function with a detailed neurologic exam. But when I'm taking care of a very sick neonate, like this one, that can be really challenging. I can still do parts of the neurological exam, but there's a lot of things that are going to be difficult to do. Sometimes the examination is limited because the patient's too critically ill, or they have lines and tubes in place that limit the maneuvers you can do. Sometimes it's helpful to have another way of evaluating brain function. Sometimes you want to make sure that you're quantifying it in a way that's reproducible between examiners. That way you don't have to worry if my exam is the same as the exam from the person who sees the baby the next day or the day before. You have something that's a little bit more standardized. Monitoring is really useful for identifying changes in brain function over time. Instead of just relying on that one neuro exam when the baby's admitted and maybe another one the next day or even a few days later, you have something continuous over time to show how the baby's doing. Neuromonitoring is especially useful for picking up some of the subtle changes that might be difficult with just a snapshot, but that emerge as you look chronically over time. So things like sleep-wake cycling, which are hard to assess if you're only looking at a baby for 15 minutes, but if you're monitoring over a period of hours, you can see those cycles start to appear. Neuromonitoring has other uses as well. It's the way that you can diagnose true seizures, EEG seizures. NIRS in particular is useful for assessing cerebral perfusion and autoregulation. And all of these methods have in common that they provide some useful biomarkers, which might help with prognostication. So let's talk about each of the methods for neuromonitoring. I'll start out by talking about continuous video EEG monitoring. Now, CEEG, or continuous EEG, in neonates is similar to what you might see in older children and adults. There's a few differences. One is that their heads are smaller, so we often will use fewer electrodes. This diagram in the corner shows the typical placement of electrodes for EEG monitoring. The shaded circles are the typical location for electrodes in a neonatal continuous EEG. The unshaded circles are the ones that we use for older children that are typically omitted for neonatal patients. We record from a minimum of 12 channels. When you look at the EEG recording, like at the bottom of the screen, each one of those squiggly lines is a channel, and each is representing a different area in location, different spatial resolution for the EEG. So a minimum of 12 of those. And for continuous EEG, it has the advantage of recording for at least 24 hours to capture not just whether or not there are seizures, but brain function when the neonate is awake, when the neonate's asleep, perhaps they're in an indeterminate state. You can capture any events. For example, if the baby has paroxysmal episodes of bradycardia or apnea, having the continuous EEG recording allows you to know whether or not that's seizure or if it might be something else. And it also gives you information, again, about function. Is this baby's brain function getting better, worse, staying the same? So in neonatal encephalopathy, continuous EEG is useful in a couple of different ways. I'm not going to talk a lot about seizures right now, because I know that there's a separate presentation dedicated just to seizures. I'm going to talk about other ways that continuous EEG is useful for neonatal encephalopathy. So one way is to assess the severity of encephalopathy. And one trick or clue is that if the continuous EEG is more or less severe than what you're seeing from the baby on the clinical exam, then that should raise a flag to look a little bit closer. And in particular, if the continuous EEG looks pretty good, if you have a normal pattern of brain function, but the baby appears floppy, is not moving, is not as responsive as you would expect, then that should change your differential, because what that tells you is that the brain function is pretty healthy and that the baby's activity is not. That's a clue in particular for a neuromuscular disorder. Conversely, sometimes you'll have a neonate who is moving around, is very vigorous, but has a very abnormal continuous EEG. And that can be a clue that this is not an acute neonatal encephalopathy or an acute hypoxic ischemic event, but rather something more chronic, perhaps an epileptic encephalopathy or brain malformation. So one way that continuous EEG is useful is by giving you information about brain function that you can correlate with the exam to help refine your differential diagnosis. Now, in babies who have hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, there's an expected pattern of EEG improvement. And for almost all babies, there should be some degree of improvement in the first few days after birth if HIE is the cause of the neonatal encephalopathy. If that EEG does not evolve, again, it's time to reconsider the diagnosis. So for example, here we have a picture of EEG from a term-born baby at about 6 hours after birth, right at the start of cooling. And you don't have to be a neurophysiologist to look at this pattern and see that this is not good. This baby has minimal brain function that's evident in any of the channels. The activity is extremely low voltage. You can see that there's something going on there, but it's really suppressed, and it's globally suppressed throughout the brain. However, 48 hours later, this is an EEG from the same neonate. And this is what we expect to see with hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, that you start out with a pattern that might be most severely affected in the first hours or the first 24 hours, and then over the following 2 to 3 days is going to improve. Now, this recording isn't yet normal, but you can see that there's obviously much more activity that's present. There's activity present throughout the brain. There are some sharp waves. There's some periods of discontinuity, but clearly much improved as compared to that initial EEG. So this is one example of how that continuous monitoring is giving you additional information about the trend in the function, the recovery, that's much more useful than if you only had one snapshot in time. So how is that useful? Well, one way is prognosis. And a common question is, when should I get my EEG to try to understand the prognosis? And there's a trade-off there. It's true that the longer you wait to get the EEG, you might get some more prognostic information out of it. But generally speaking, what we want from a biomarker, from prognostic information, is something that gives us an early clue about what's going on. So there's a little bit of a trade-off. You can get your EEG early. You can look at that trend over the first few hours or even the first day, and it'll give you some information. If you can wait for 2, 3, even 4 days or longer, you're going to have a lot more information and you'll have a more precise prognosis, but you had to wait more time to get that information. And again, you almost always need to have the trend over time to know whether things are improving, whether things are worsening or staying the same in order to get the best prognostic information. So we know, for example, that at the extremes, there's prognostic value that's pretty clear cut. If there's a normal EEG at 6 hours after birth, those babies do great. It has pretty close to 100% positive predictive value for a normal outcome at 2 years. So if the neonate who you're looking after has hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy and the EEG is already normal by 6 hours, that's incredibly reassuring. And I think that you have good reason to be very optimistic about the prognosis. On the other end, if at 72 hours after birth, you still see a severely abnormal pattern, meaning a low voltage suppressed pattern or a burst suppression pattern, then that's very strongly indicative of death or severe disability. If that pattern is still present at 72 hours, that's a really worrisome sign. So at the extremes, there's very strong predictive value for either a good outcome or a poor outcome. Where it's more challenging is in that middle ground, where the pattern is not either perfectly normal at 6 hours or very severely abnormal at 72 hours, but it's moderately abnormal. And that's where you need to have a bit more information to be able to guide your prognosis. In any case, when there's EEG seizures present, that's associated with worse outcomes, and having more seizures increases the risk of having a poor outcome. So that's just a touch on continuous video EEG monitoring and how it can be useful for monitoring in babies with neonatal encephalopathy, even beyond the typical use of looking for seizures. Next, I'll talk about amplitude integrated EEG monitoring, which at my institution looks like this. So you can see a picture of the baby here. We record the full array EEG for continuous EEG monitoring, and I've got 3 channels displayed on the right-hand side. But at the same time, we display on the left-hand side here, the AEEG trend. And it gives us the best of both worlds. The neurophysiologists have access to the full array, the full montage neonatal EEG for continuous monitoring. But we also have this bedside trend displayed for the folks who are in the NICU so that they can get real-time information about the baby's brain function. So some systems you'll see will look like this, where you have side-by-side. Here's 3 channels of AEEG next to conventional EEG. Some systems will look like what you see in the bottom corner here. There'll be a standalone AEEG machine where only a limited number of electrodes are placed on the head and you get a simplified display. There's lots of different systems out there. AEEG is the general term for the device. Sometimes people will call it CFM or cerebral function monitoring. In the US, that's actually a trademarked name, so we stay away from it. It refers to a specific device. There's lots of different brands and manufacturers, and some institutions will just call it by that name. And again, you'll see some standalone machines and some that record both conventional EEG and display amplitude integrated EEG. So for those who aren't as familiar with amplitude integrated EEG, how that display comes up, when I look at conventional EEG, I'm looking at a full array showing me information from every single one of the electrodes on the head. And that's at least, for us, 16 channels, and neonates a minimum of 12 channels of EEG. For amplitude integrated EEG, you're focusing in just on 1 or 2 of those channels. So just a focused brain region, typically in the centroparietal region on the left and right side of the head. You're not getting as much information from other regions of the brain, but you are getting information from that watershed area that's particularly important. And that single channel of EEG is then processed by the machine into something which is a bit time compressed and easier to see an overall pattern from. So the software filters out frequencies that are more likely to be artifact, it rectifies the waveforms, it compresses it over time. And so what you see at the bottom here is a trend over several hours. At the top, you see just 15 seconds of recording, at the bottom, several hours. So EEG is going to give you the most resolution, the highest amount of detail about all the different locations in the brain, about what's going on from second to second, and it might pick up more subtle changes. But if what you really want is to know what's going on over time, looking for a trend, then amplitude integrated EEG is a much better way to see the forest for the trees, to see that overall trend in brain activity over a period of a few hours. And so again, here's 20 seconds. This is what I usually look at when I'm reading conventional EEG compared to amplitude integrated EEG, where 20 minutes might look like this. Now, what that does mean is that for your amplitude integrated EEG, each one of these tiny little lines usually represents about 15 seconds of recording, depending on your settings. And so you're not going to see very brief changes. You're looking more for changes over longer periods of time. Here's an example of another display. This is from a standalone AEEG machine. Here you have the AEEG trend on the bottom and the source EEG, which is sometimes called the raw EEG, up at the top. So lots of different ways that these can appear. So AEEG, just like conventional EEG, is often used to look for seizures, which is the topic of a different presentation, but it's really useful for assessing encephalopathy. Both the CoolCap and the Toby trials used AEEG to quantify or define encephalopathy as a way of supplementing the exam for identifying babies who needed cooling. It was useful for confirming seizures, but they also used it to grade moderately abnormal or suppressed background. Now, I think this is a key take-home point, is that one of the potential drawbacks of AEEG is that it can have artifact, which can make it falsely reassuring. So AEEG can be useful for including babies for hypothermia, for saying, yes, this is abnormal and this is a baby who I want to consider, but should never be used to exclude babies from hypothermia, because there's this potential for falsely normal or falsely reassuring patterns. I'll talk about that in a minute. It correlates fairly well with conventional EEG background. And again, it's mostly useful for that trend over time. Are things getting better, worse, or the same? Just like with EEG, AEEG can be useful for prognosis. If it's normal in the first day, you have good grounds for being very optimistic about prognosis. If it becomes normal soon, then that predicts a better outcome. And if you have sleep-wake cycling, then that's an incredibly encouraging sign. But if it's still severely abnormal after 12 hours, then that's very sensitive for a poor outcome. So again, most useful if it's normal or very poor, and you'll need additional information if you have one of those intermediate patterns. Here's an example of sleep-wake cycling. This is an encouraging sign when you see it in a baby who's being cooled because it's a normal brain function. This is one of my favorite figures. This shows the accuracy of amplitude integrated EEG in predicting outcomes. And what you can basically see here is that if you're looking for good outcomes, it's incredibly sensitive. It's accurate at 12 hours. If you have a good tracing at 12 hours, you're pretty close to 100% accurate. But you have lots of babies who have abnormal patterns at 12 hours who get better. And so it's not very accurate for predicting a good outcome. Or a poor outcome, sorry. When you get out to 72 hours, then if you still have an abnormal AEEG, you're getting accuracy up close to 90% or 100 for identifying the babies who are going to have problems later on. So I said that you can't use AEEG to exclude a baby from hypothermia because you have patterns that can be falsely reassuring or falsely normal. Here's an example. So a normal AEEG pattern, it has an amplitude or a voltage of at least 5. And here, if you just looked at the numbers, you might say, well, this activity band is about 5. So is that something that's normal or just mildly abnormal? Well, no. If you look at the source EEG, it's nearly flat. There's just EKG artifact in here that elevated that activity band. Similarly here, this is an EEG tracing that's nearly flat. There's not a lot of brain activity there, but there is a lot of EKG artifact that's come through. And it was enough in this patient to elevate the activity band to make it look like this baby had an only moderately discontinuous pattern. So again, if this was a baby where you were counting on that AEEG to be abnormal to make them eligible for hypothermia, you might have missed them. This has been reported in a number of studies. This is a beautiful figure from Prof. Hagman's paper in 2006, showing that there was a normal appearing AEEG in the beginning for this baby who had HIE. But then when they gave some paralytics as part of intubating the baby, they saw that it was actually artifact that was elevating that baseline. And so here, falsely normal, falsely reassuring, but once the baby had paralytic to remove any kind of artifact, then the brain activity was much more obviously abnormal. If they had just stopped here, the baby might have been deemed ineligible because they had this falsely reassuring pattern. And that was true over a series of recordings they analyzed. When they looked at 200 hours of amplitude integrated EEG, they found that there were artifacts in about 12% of the time, either by movement or electrical activity. Another series reported the same thing, looking at 85 patients who had suspected HIE and amplitude integrated EEG. 20% of those were reported as normal, but of the reported normals, only 4 were actually normal. The majority were contaminated by artifact, either muscle artifact or EKG. So again, these were babies where if they had just used the AEEG to determine eligibility for hypothermia, they would have missed 15% of the group. Now, this is also true for seizures. I won't spend a lot of time on seizures, but I think that the concept of false reassurance is important for AEEG and seizures as well. How good AEEG is for detecting seizures really depends on the skill level of the user and how suspicious you are for seizures in the first place. So for babies with HIE, 40% of them are thought to have seizures, just in general. And you have really good sensitivity and specificity in your interpretation. You're at that expert level. If you think your AEEG shows seizures, then you're probably right. Then the post-test probability that there's actually seizures there is about 85%. And likewise, if you think it's negative, you're probably right. There's only a 10% chance that you're missing seizures. But if you go over into the inexperienced interpretation level, and this is what's reported in the literature for a lot of new users, where sensitivity and specificity aren't so good, then you go from a pre-test probability of about 40% to a post-test probability that's about the same. And so you can falsely lead yourself down the wrong path if you're putting too much weight on AEEG with inexperienced interpretation. All right, for the last couple minutes, I'm going to finish up with NIRS. I think this is an emerging technology, which is really exciting, and we're going to see more and more of it in the NICU. So sometimes NIRS is described as the pulse ox of the brain, and that's because it does use the refraction of light, near infrared light spectroscopy, to detect how much oxygenation there is in brain tissue. It's a little more complicated than a pulse ox, and importantly, it's not as straightforward as a pulse ox because it doesn't just give you one number. Instead, it's useful for giving you trends over time. So NIRS is going to give you an estimation of oxygenation of venous and arterial blood mixed together. You're not just getting the arterial component like in a pulse ox. It's useful for trending over time, for detecting changes from a baseline, and it's not going to be helpful like a pulse ox is, where you can just check it for a minute and get a number. And that's because in NIRS, the normal value is going to be different from machine to machine and patient to patient. There's no one number that's a normal target, and that's obviously very different than a pulse ox. A caveat with the NIRS is that you're only able to assess from that brain region where you have the stickers on. Pulse ox is supposed to give you a global assessment. But overall, NIRS is still really useful because it tells you the brain oxygenation and perfusion and demand and how those fit together. So when the NIRS value shows that there's an increasing value, it means that there's either increased O2 supply or decreased O2 demand, decreased oxygen extraction from the tissue. And maybe that's because there's sedation, or maybe it's because the brain is not as metabolically active. And when the NIRS value goes down, well, that tells you that there's either decreased O2 supply, increased demand, or decreased brain perfusion. For example, that can be seen in increased intracranial pressure. So there's no one right answer when the numbers go up or down, but it does give you a clue about what's going on. In neonatal encephalopathy, NIRS is useful for giving some supplemental information. So you look in particular at the regional cerebral oxygen saturation, which is often abbreviated as the SO2. Again, there's not an absolute number you're looking for, but instead you're looking for the trend over time. And we know that when that number is really high in neonatal encephalopathy, that's a bad sign because it shows that the brain tissue is just not extracting oxygen, that the injury is so severe that there's not metabolic demand there. And as you might expect, when that's the case, then there is an increased risk of death and adverse neurodevelopmental outcomes. I think there's a lot more to be learned about NERS and neonatal encephalopathy, but this gives us information in a different way about brain function for babies. Now, in our unit, we put all these tools together. So you can see in this picture here, we've got the AEEG machine at the bedside. We've got a NERS monitor. We've got a continuous EEG monitor hidden back there, hiding from the camera. So all of these tools come together to help monitor neonates with encephalopathy. So that's a bit of a whirlwind tour of neuromonitoring for neonatal encephalopathy. I hope I've shown you today examples of how it can be useful. It's useful for grading encephalopathy, quantifying it, for prognostication, and of course for detecting seizures. Amplitude integrated EEG has the advantage of being easier to use. You can interpret it at the bedside, but it can be falsely reassuring, make you think a baby's brain activity is normal when there's actually artifact there. And NERS is useful for looking for trends in brain oxygenation and oxygen extraction. Thanks very much for your time, and I'll be available to answer questions.
Thank you very much for this very informative talk. Before we move on to the next, to the question period, actually, we're going to move on to our last speaker of the first block. So now it is the turn of Dr. Santana to present this afternoon. Dr. Guilherme Santana is a professor in the Department of Pediatrics at McGill University and an attending neonatologist at the Montreal Children's Hospital. His research interests are in neonatal physiology and invasive and non-invasive ventilation, as well as with infant with HIE. And today, he will be presenting about mild HIE, specifically with his talk, Mild Encephalopathy, to cool or not to cool.
Thank you for your participation in the McGill 10th Neonatal Conference. 2 days virtual on neurological issues in the neonate. Today I'll be talking to you about mild HIE to cool or not to cool. I have no financial relationship to disclose or conflict of interest to resolve. We all know that therapeutic hypothermia improves survival and disability in infants with moderate or severe HIE. After results of those trials, there are a few recommendations that have been made by important associations like the AAP and the EUCOR. And the recommendation is that the treatment should be consistent with the trials. It's an effective therapy in infants that met the entry criteria. What happened is a drift in practice over the last 10 years. As you can see here in this table, a few studies that I put, starting from the last 2 randomized controlled trials where around 20% of the cooled babies were mild encephalopathy, to some data from important registers or database like the Vermont Oxford, the Children's Hospital, the California, the Japanese, and the Canadian networks, showing that around 15 to 40% of babies treated with hypothermia are mild encephalopathy. And a similar number between 23 up to 54% from single center studies. So in some centers, all infants with mild HIE are treated with therapeutic hypothermia, and that vary between 36% in the Canadian network up to 76% in the Children's Hospital database. In 2019, a group from Australia decided to take a look at systematic review to know how many of the babies being cooled a mild HIE. They identified 13 observational studies, almost 3,000 babies. And again, it was about 22% of those infants with mild HIE were submitted to therapeutic hypothermia, a clear indication on the drift in practice. Recently, a neonatal research database was investigated in England, showing the change in the characteristic of this database, but the numbers of infants with mild encephalopathy has been increasing since 2010 up to 2017, from 7.6% in 2010 to 18.5%. It's more than doubled in the last 7 years. So there's a clear drift in practice that we have been witnessing in the last 10 years. The question is why? In 2017, Vania Oliveira, that worked with Sudden in the Imperial College, did a survey in UK asking units. They sent it to 48 units in the UK, asking whether those units could babies with mild encephalopathy. At that time, 75% of those units said yes. And the most common reason is that mild HIE may progress to moderate, missing the window, or it's very difficult to grade HIE soon after birth. The 25% of the units, 12 units, that said, no, we're not cooling babies with mild HIE. The reason was there's no evidence to support, and the vast majority of them do well. We did a similar survey in Brazil a few years ago. Instead of sending the questions to centers, we sent it to 1,092 professionals that work in those centers, several centers across the country. The survey was about hypothermia in general, but there was one question about mild encephalopathy. If your unit cool, if not, why? If yes, why? And the percentage is different, but again, 38% of the units said that the professionals said the unit they work were using therapeutic hypothermia for babies with mild encephalopathy. And the reasons were, again, because the level is difficult, may progress over time, and it's difficult to classify in the first 6 hours of life. So is this drift justifiable? Now, before we go into that, what is mild neonatal encephalopathy? What are their outcomes? And so we're going to look into the pre-hypothermia area, then the hypothermia, and the post-hypothermia area. Yeah. So Dr. Sarnath, we have the pleasure to be here with us in this conference and delivered a fantastic talk on the subject. Did the study in 1976, developing the Sarnath score. And at that time, the definition of perinatal asphyxia used was fetal distress and an Apgar score less than 5 at 1 or 5 minutes. So that was the definition. And he presented 3 stages, mild, moderate, or severe, of encephalopathy in those 21 infants. All infants moved from stage 1 to 2 during the study, but all had normal outcomes. Interesting that since then, encephalopathy score have been often used to predict neurodevelopmental outcome. So in the pre-hypothermia era, there have been a few studies using neurological exam, but done at different ages, and looking for outcomes at different ages in infants with mild encephalopathy. In a lot of babies with encephalopathy, but a percentage of mild, as you can see here. So the results showed that all of them were normal, with only one patient being mildly abnormal. Then there's a few other single center studies from 1995 to 2006 that have used a combination of neurological exam and age, early EEG, and these patients were all assessed like we do today at the first 6 hours of life. Outcomes were assessed in many different ages. The majority of them, there's a mild, and majority of these mild were normal, with only 3 patients showing 2 moderate and 1 severe developmental outcome. So putting all them together before cooling was investigated, out of 445 babies with HIE, 195 were classified as mild. Data was available in 190 for long-term outcome, and only 3 had an abnormal outcome. So if you look at those numbers, the incidence of abnormalities in all mild neonatal encephalopathy babies was 1.5%. And if you just take into account the 78 where the definition, the classification was done in the first 6 hours of life, that goes up to 4%. Some studies look for long-term disability, And the studies are here between 8 years, 9 to 10 years of age. And all babies were normal or had some mild delay without affecting their daily functions. There's a retrospective study published after hypothermia was established, but looking to a cohort before the cooling era. And that study comes from Cork, Ireland. Mild neonatal encephalopathy was defined as an EEG grade 1 done in the first 6 hours of life. These are EEG with mild, normal or mild abnormalities. The SAT score was done and assigned anytime in the first 24 hours of life. And they had some cognitive and motor outcomes done at 5 years of age in 22 infants with mild encephalopathy. And they compared to historical controls. As you can see here, mild neonatal encephalopathy diagnosed by EEG in the first 6 hours of life had lower full-scale IQ, verbal IQ, and performance IQ. Intact survival at 5 years was noted in 97% of controls, only 46% of moderate, and 75%, so the mild in between controls. So in summary, before hypothermia was investigated, the studies used different definitions of perinatal asphyxia, different definition of neonatal encephalopathy, and they assessed the outcomes at different time points. So making it quite difficult to know the precise outcome of mild encephalopathy in the new era of therapeutic hypothermia, where babies now they have significant acidemia, need of resuscitation, and the neonatal encephalopathy is diagnosed early. Let's go and take a look into the hypothermia trials they use, because they use those criteria, the Chinese trial and the ICE trial. The trial done in China enrolled 39 babies with mild neonatal encephalopathy. Although mild was not an entry criteria, they end up getting into the trial. There is no clear definition reported in the paper. There's 21 of those babies got head cooling, 18 were in the control, and there was no death or major disability reported. The ICE trial, which was done in Australia and some other centers, again, 19% of their population enrolled was mild encephalopathy. 16 of these babies got cooled, 24 were in the control, and the outcomes of those patients were not different because the number is small. 25%, which means 4 babies with mild, had the primary outcome of death or disability, compared to 8 in the control group, and that was not significant. And there's some data in the post-hypothermia era coming from Laredo du Point, Texas, a large number of babies born in Parkland, and they basically look at 60 babies with mild neonatal encephalopathy. Here, mild neonatal encephalopathy was defined as 1 or 2 abnormal categories in the Sinai score. 20% of these 60 babies had abnormal short-term outcomes, and those are the outcomes that were abnormal. An abnormal neurological examination at discharge in 7 of these patients, and an abnormal brain MRI in 6, which is 10% of the mild population. Another study, a single center study done in Montreal by Pierre Wintermark, look into the mild encephalopathy babies' outcomes of those patients. Mild HIE was defined based on the SANAT score. It's not clear how many abnormal categories were necessary. 87 patients in this cohort, they were not cooled. 59 of them had brain MRI. Most of these babies not cooled with brain MRI were mild HIE babies, and they found a 40% of some evidence of brain injury on brain MRI. So in summary, in the hypothermia era, infants with mild encephalopathy did have acidosis or need of resuscitation and were diagnosed in the first 6 hours of life. Some abnormalities on neuroimaging and discharge examination raise the possibility of brain injury in these patients. However, we do not know the precise frequency and magnitude of the injury. They remain unclear because of the methodological limitations I just talked to you. Most importantly, follow-up data in this population is very limited. And this is the reason why we're moving to the PRIME study. The PRIME study was a multi-center, 6 centers were involved from different places in the world. And the objective was to determine the frequency of abnormalities in infants diagnosed with mild HIV within the first 6 hours of life. The entry criteria: babies admitted to the NICU more than equal 1800, more than equal 36 weeks. And we use the same approach used by the trials, a tiered approach. Step 1, evidence of neonatal hypoxemic insult that could be either a very low core pH or equivocal core pH with evidence of resuscitation, so have an event. So the presence of a low upgar score at 10 minutes of life, an acute event, and a need of ventilation for the first 10 minutes of life. Then these infants were submitted to a neurological examination in the first 6 hours of life, done by trained trained examiners in the neurological exam. Then again, at 24 hours of life, and another one as close as possible to discharge or transfer. We defined in the PRIME study mild encephalopathy as more than equal 1 abnormal category. And so if the patient was completely normal, or if the patient was classified as moderate and severe, they will not be enrolled in the study. If the patients were neither neither moderate or severe, or not completely normal, then all these patients were called mild neonatal encephalopathy. They were not treated with therapeutic hypothermia. Primary outcome was a composite of any of those. Early EEG, abnormal early EEG in the first 9 hours of life, brain MRI in the first 30 days of life, or neurological examination of discharge or transfer. So this is a flow chart of patient entering the study. Of all babies eligible for neurological evaluation and screened by the team, 25% were completely normal, 50% had moderate or severe encephalopathy, and 1 in 4 had mild HIE. And this is what we found. We got 54 babies in the study. 28 of these 54 babies had either abnormal EEG or abnormal MRI or neurological exam that was abnormal at discharge. And this is the breakdown of these outcomes, primary outcomes. So most of these 28 babies had an abnormal neurological exam at discharge. Some of them had abnormal MRI. These patients were followed between 18 to 22 months. We had 51 babies out of these 63 initially enrolled. And we noticed a difference between the neurological exam evolution and in the initial neurological exam in terms of number of abnormal categories at entry, at admission, and over time in infants that develop disability compared to infants with no disability in the PRIME study. As you can see here in the black line, it's basically the percentage of infants with abnormalities in the modified SANET score on admission and the evolution over time in infants that had no disability. And in infants with disability, the evolution over time is quite different. And there's some categories were more affected than others. So the long term, the 18 to 24 months show that 7 babies had disability of the 43 babies who did the Bailey 3 scores. So 16% was a bit less than some other single center studies. Now, 4 of these 7 babies had mild disability, and only 3 out of the 43, which is 7%, had severe disability. And those are the patients, the 7 patients with disability. And the total number of abnormal categories is displayed here. So these are babies with mild encephalopathy, where a number of categories were considered abnormal. There's only one patient that developed CP. All other ones did not have CP. And out of the 3 patients with severe disability, 2 were scored as severe disability because of autism. So in conclusion, 16% of the cohort in the PRIME study that mild HIE was diagnosed in the first 6 hours of life and they had disability 18 to 22 months. Most of the disability comes from the Bayley score less than 85 in language, which is not the best time for evaluation of language. So, of course, now the conclusion is that we need a large multi-center trial to test whether abnormal neurological outcome, neurodevelopmental outcomes in these patients can be mitigated by cooling. So is hypothermia beneficial for mild HIE? That's a pretty big question. In this retrospective analysis of babies born at St. Louis from 2007 to 2014, neonatal encephalopathy was diagnosed as the worst grade documented in the first 7 days of life. And mild was defined as hyper alert with exaggerated response to arousal. They had controls from a local cohort of healthy infants, and they matched these mild HIE babies with controls. 194 babies were treated with therapeutic hypothermia. That's 15% of the population that was mild. Again, it's always around 15 to 20, 25% of the population. And more than 40% had evidence of brain injury on MRI. But most of these MRI abnormalities were mild. So this is quite similar to the results of studies done during the pre-hypothermia era. A systematic review was done to try to answer this question. And in the systematic review, 4 studies were included with 45 patients and 46 patients. And as you can see in the forest plot here, there's very small number of patients, but there was no clear evidence in favor. There was in favor of therapeutic hypothermia of the coefficient interval crossing 1. More recently, a sub-analysis of the MARBLE study done by Sudden in UK had 41 babies with mild HIE, 27 that were cooled, and 14 not cooled. And they noticed that in the cooled infants with mild HIE, they had less white matter injury and higher NNA choline levels of MR spectroscopy. So again, pointing that some of these patients might benefit from therapeutic hypothermia. In JAMA Peds last year, a 2-year developmental outcome after mild HIE was published in the era of therapeutic hypothermia. So this is a pooled analysis of 4 prospective cohort studies done in Cork, Ireland, and Stockholm, and Sweden. That was between 2007 and 2015. Again, the grade of encephalopathy was within the first 24 hours of life for modified SINAT score. That's the information they had in their database. We followed these kids anywhere between 18 to 42 months, and the data was available in 55 babies with mild encephalopathy, 12% of the population. What they found was lower cognitive score in basically cognitive composite score in infants with mild HIE compared to controls. However, I have to say that the score in the mild was 97.6%, 97.6. They present the data in another way, showing the distribution of cognitive score that, you can see a shift to the left in the mild compared to controls. So again, another evidence that some of these mild HIE babies may have problems. So Canadian Neonatal Network that I put into the table, the first table, is also tried to look into that, analyzing the database. from 1,085 eligible babies, 36% received hypothermia. And they saw in the analysis the mild HIE group was more likely to be outborn, born by C-section, low Apgar score, require extensive resuscitation. So it's a mild baby, but these are babies that were not so good. And they had longer hospital stay, and they need more respiratory support. And interesting is that they had lower odds of brain injury on MRI. So raising the possibility, again, the hypothermia may be beneficial in these neonates. However, a selection bias cannot be ruled out in that kind of analysis. So can we make recommendations with the information that we actually have on those babies with mild encephalopathy? At the PIS in 2018, there was a satellite symposium on under the title, "Should therapeutic hypothermia be offered to babies with mild encephalopathy in the first 6 hours of life?" And again, they stated that some evidence that mild encephalopathy is associated with the worst neurodevelopmental outcomes from contemporary studies of babies not treated with hypothermia. And as I pointed in the beginning, there is a clear increase in the change in practice by cooling those infants. The definition is still very controversial. The ability to differentiate at-risk infants of disability from those who are truly mildly is not very good. So we need more research, we need more tools for that. So we decided to go back into the data from the PRIME study and look into those babies' SANET score. So, and when we look in a different way, babies that had a score of 1, 2, 3, or normal, they end up having disability compared to no disability. You can clearly see, although we call all of them mild, that those are not the same patients. So patients with disability have much more higher scores of 2 and 3 in some categories compared to patients that end up not developing any disability. So we decided to calculate what we call a total SANET score. So basically use the SANET score in the way we do for the cooling, but every time, for example, in this patient here, hyper alert with a normal spontaneous activity, normal tone, with hypotonia, a weak or incomplete by suck, an incomplete motor. So you keep doing the score. So those here are on 2, this is 2, this is 1, 0, 0. So at the end you sum and have a total SANET score of 5. And what we decided to look at is if there was a difference between patients who end up evolving with disability compared to patients that did not have disability. And again, we are just looking at the mild HIE patients. And it was clear that there was some difference if the SANET score, no baby in the PRIME study that developed disability had a total SANET score less than 5. So all babies that developed disability had a total SANET score, saying in other words, 5 or more. So it seems that in the planning of trials, this is the high-risk population. Well, that's true that you can have a SANET score, total SANET score of 6 and have no disability. But however, if your total SANET score is 1 or 2 or 3, there was no baby with disability. So the total SANET score more than equal 5 was good, or I would say less than 5 there's a mistake. But a good accuracy to predict no encephalopathy. However, the score needs validation. So before offering cooling this population, we need to think about the socioeconomic and emotional costs of separating the mom from the baby when you do cooling, the possible side effects of cooling, and possible problems with cooling, like delay in the initiation of feeds of breastfeeding, the stress related to hypothermia, excessive monitoring and or invasive lines, plus or minus use of morphine for shivering. And morphine is highly used for babies in hypothermia in that survey done in UK, 89% of the centers use morphine in babies being submitted to hypothermia as a routine. Some of these medications may have side effects on the developing brain of neonates. Some other possible side effects in mild HIE babies treated with hypothermia, extreme hypothermia, pulmonary hypertension, thrombocytopenia, hyperglycemia, and sinus bradycardia. So is it time for a randomized trial? And there was an excellent commentary written by Sita Shankara in JPEDS a couple of years ago, for whoever is interested on that. I think in a formal trials of neuroprotective effect to confirm the risk benefits for these patients to be treated with hypothermia is necessary. The symposium even gave a framework for those trials. We should use physiological criteria. We should define mild HIE as at least more than one abnormality in the modified Sarnat exam. The standard of care should be compared with hypothermia of 72 hours. Primary outcome should be the Bailey in between 18 to 24 months. There's a few secondary outcomes, and they even provided with a study size. 365 babies would be necessary in a trial like that to show or to not show a benefit of the intervention. So we have some ongoing studies, and those are the 4 ongoing studies I know of ongoing. The DOIVENT study indeed has finished. It's completed, but it was just a feasibility randomized trial comparing darbepoetin alpha 1 dose in the first 24 hours of life versus placebo in infants with mild encephalopathy. The outcomes of the Bailey and neuromuscular assessment in the first year of life. We're waiting for the results. The COMET trial involved multiple sites. The number of patients, 140. That's a randomized control trial. They had 2 cohorts of babies. Babies cooled in the first 6 hours, and babies cooled between 24 to 48 hours of age. And in these babies, in the second cohort, they're going to compare 48 hours versus 72 hours of cooling. In the first cohort, then it's hypothermia versus no hypothermia. The outcome is not the Bailey, it's the MRI spectroscopy at 4 to 14 days of age. Enrollment is to be completed in August next year. The TIME study is the one that's being conducted in California in 5 centers. The number of patients to be enrolled is 68. That's a randomized trial comparing hypothermia with standard of care. The outcomes will be the Warner Initial Developmental Evaluation at 12 to 14 months. End of the study is expected in January 2025. And the COOL Prime is the only one that has a large number, 460, 12 centers in the US. However, it's not a randomized controlled trial. It's a comparative effectiveness study. So it's a prospective study comparing hypothermia that some centers do with standard of care that other centers do. And they're going to be looking at the Bailey 3 at 2 years of age. Enrollment to be finished, a study to be finished in July 2028. So in the meantime, what should we do? You can not cool and wait for the studies of efficacy and safety. You can not cool, but you can start hypothermia if the baby changes from mild to moderate in the first 24 hours of life, late cooling. Or you can offer hypothermia. And in that case, it's very important to follow closely and systematically all babies, including long-term follow-up. Thank you very much for your attention. Looking forward for the questions.
Thank you very, very much, Guilherme, for this very informative and extensive presentation, on the status of knowledge on mild encephalopathy. I would like to ask all the presenters to join me for a short question period. And I would like to ask the attendees to please put comments. Like, we currently did not receive a lot of questions, so we will get the question for started, please feel free to add as it comes. So let me start with a first question that I've received from Michael Cheval. So I'll go in order of presentation. So this question is for Dr. Sarnath. So Michael was asking about regarding you would like to have your input regarding the fact that the neonatal encephalopathy grading system was developed to stratify EEG recording in an infant, and not so much the severity of the brain injury. So could you maybe discuss this a little bit?
Yes, I think that the integration, of course, is much more meaningful than either of them taken as isolated findings. It was developed in order to make the correlation in part with EEG, part really as a means of judging on a clinical basis. The main part of this is really clinical, and it's applicable even in non-academic medical centers where the resources for special technology may be more limited. But it was developed to be able to compare the evolution day by day even of the encephalopathy. And of course, this is before the hypothermia was available or even thought about. And so we recommended that day 2 and day 5 to 7 would be the best days to compare. With hypothermia, of course, it's necessary to do it earlier, before it's initiated, before 6 hours of age. And I think it has some value. I think that it has to be done that way because you have to make adjustments for the new circumstances that demand it. But the comparison of the scores on different days, I think, is more meaningful than looking at an isolated score on one day.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I've received a question from the chat box from Marina. This question is for Dr. Woodstuff. She's asking, how long do you keep NIRS on? And is there a predictive value in NIRS trend during rewarming in particular?
Thanks. So we do keep the NIRS on fairly liberally at our center, meaning that we'll leave it on as long as there's no issues with the skin. We'll leave it on for the duration of cooling and rewarming. Really, the only downside, because it's non-invasive, the only downside is the footprint of the equipment at the bedside, the space that it takes up. I think that the trend can be helpful if you've had concerns about oxygen extraction during hypothermia, and then you start to see a recovery as the baby returns to normothermia, because that suggests that metabolism is picking up, that you're having increased oxygen usage and therefore increased oxygen extraction. And conversely, it's concerning if it's low during hypothermia and stays low afterwards. It's showing that there's not a lot of oxygen extraction happening, and that's not something you can attribute to just hypothermia or perhaps decreased clearance of sedating medications. So in those situations, the trend can be useful during rewarming. If it's already been good, if it's already been normal, then hopefully it stays normal and you might not get a lot of additional information, but that's one scenario where it's helpful.
Thank you so much. We have a question for Dr. Santana. So, actually, I have another question from Michael that I'm going to join with this one. So, Ali from the chat box is asking, do you really think it's necessary to conduct clinical trial to study if we should cool or not to cool for mild HIE? And then Michael was actually asking, has there been any litigation yet for not starting therapeutic Portiner for mild HIE?
Oh, those are great questions, and well, I'll try to answer, but it's open to Courtney and Dr. Sarnath too. My answer is yes. I think we need trial to see if therapeutic hypothermia has the same effect, a protective effect, and no more side effects But this kind of trial is not going to be easy to be done because, first of all, we need to have a good definition of what's mild HIE and look at the outcomes. The fact that it works in moderate and severe babies doesn't mean that it's going to work on mild. So that definitely, I think we need a trial, and I agree with the PAS symposium that we need to move on with a trial for that. The second question is about criteria to enroll in the studies.
No, it was just regarding like, has they been like any like
the litigation?
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, the litigation. I'm not an expert in litigation. I'm not involved on those cases, so I really don't know. Maybe Courtney and Dr. Saha knows about that. I know about litigation from the opposite. A baby did not need to be cooled and was cooled, and then develop a CP, and the parents sued the physician because the obstetrician because of CP, which was clearly not related to hypoxic-ischemic encephalopathy. But I know the lawyer said, well, but you cooled. Since you have cooled, you somehow thought it was related to encephalopathy. So we need to be careful because there's always the two sides of the story, but I'd like to hear Courtney and Dr. Sana.
Well, I would say for the first question, I completely agree that there really does need to be a trial of hypothermia for mild HIE, because as you pointed out, even though it's a relatively harmless intervention, it's not as risky as some other things, the number of babies who have mild encephalopathy is so much greater than the number of babies with moderate or severe. If you applied it across the board, you'd be separating about 10 times as many babies from their mothers. And I think that is significant, especially if you're transferring them to another hospital. They're not going to see their parents for at least 3 days. I think that both on a dyad level, the costs to the mother and child, but also on a societal level, the economic costs are quite large. And so it's worth knowing for sure that this works before implementing it across the board. The litigation question, I guess as an American, I know the most about litigation. So I have not seen any cases or heard of any cases that are successful in saying that a baby with truly mild encephalopathy should have been cooled. But there's tons of cases where a baby ends up with CP and wasn't cooled. And then there's argument back and forth about, did the baby really have moderate encephalopathy, or should someone have thought of cooling without necessarily calling it mild? That's my take on it.
Would you like to add something? Yes, go ahead.
Just a brief comment. First of all, I would agree with both of the other speakers that a clinical trial is the only way to objectively answer the question in a manner that's not just anecdotal. And I think that we need a scientific answer to the question. But as far as litigation is concerned, I don't have too much involvement with that. But because the natural evolution and course of stage 1 encephalopathy and the original staging is so good with the outcome that it would be difficult, I think, to proceed with a litigation that a baby with stage 1 should have had cooling. I'm not a lawyer and don't want to be, but I don't think that has been an issue that I'm aware or will become an issue.
And I have a question maybe for the three of us, maybe for a last question, a point of discussion. Dr. Chevalier again is asking, are the treatment algorithmic for therapeutic hyperthermia and not relying on too many variables? Why not just use acidotic cord or initial first pH, lower than 7 for a green light for hyperthermia? Because like children that are at high risk for pH alone are also for later CP or neurodevelopmental disorder, regardless of APGAR at 5 minutes, for example.
Yeah, I'll go first, Courtney, and then you can go after. This is a very good question. There's some confusion sometimes when we talk about the stepwise approach. So significant academia less than 7, you go straight to neurological exam. So that's considered very significant academia, like the question, and this patient needs to be examined in the first 6 hours of life. And if there is a moderate or severe encephalopathy, it gets cooled. And many trials just use that, significant academia and neurological exam or EEG. The American trial, I think it was very careful. I love the NICG trial because they included another population, which is the one that it's between 7 and 715 with equivocal base excess. And then that's when come the criteria of need of resuscitation. So I think, they were very careful to try to get these patients that you are at the fence. You don't know for sure if there was a hypoxic-ischemic event. So they put all that together and then go for the neurological exam. The reason why you need the neurological exam is that not all babies with acidosis develop encephalopathy. So if you cool everybody with a low core pH, you're going to cool much more people. We have experienced that in our center because we ask every single child born in the referral hospitals with a core pH less than 7 to be transferred to us to get a neurological exam because that's part of the protocol. So I've seen many of them come with pH 7.9, 7.99 that never, like a normal, 25% during the prime study had normal neurological exam, 25% had mild. So basically half of the population with a low core pH never developed encephalopathy. So I think just based on the pH will be exposing too many kids to cooling that don't need. But I would love to hear the other speakers comment.
I agree completely. I think that if you have a pH less than 7, that's sufficient to move on to exam, and having the other more complex criteria allows for those babies who are just on the border. But I agree, that's why you have to do the exam in addition to the pH.
I'm also in complete agreement.
Well, thank you so much to the three of you for this great presentation. Stay with us for the rest of the day. I will now invite the moderator for the next session, who do not need introduction, but anyhow, I will introduce briefly. So I'm inviting Dr. Cheval to join us. So Dr. Cheval is a pediatric neurologist and professor of pediatric and neurology neurosurgery at McGill University. And since 2011, he has been the chair of the Department of Pediatric at McGill and the pediatrician-in-chief at the Montreal Children's Hospital. And please welcome me for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie. I just want to highlight the terrific work done by Guilherme Santana and the entire scientific organizing committee for putting together this terrific 2 afternoons of neonatal neurology. I also want to remind the viewers to please put your questions in the comment box, and I'll be referring to the comment box to collect the question to ask the speakers at after the next session. Our first speaker, I'm delighted to introduce, is Dr. Bradley Osterman. Bradley is a native of Trois-Rivières and did his medical training at Université Laval in Quebec City, and then came here to the Montreal Children's Hospital and McGill University to do his residency in pediatric neurology and also a fellowship in epilepsy at the Montreal Children's and McGill. After short days in Quebec City and at Hôpital Saint-Justin's, he came to join us in the Department of Pediatrics at McGill. It was a pleasure to recruit him back, and he is now an assistant professor in the Department of Pediatrics at McGill, a member of the Division of Pediatric Neurology, and already associate division director. Bradley's clinical and research focus is on intractable epilepsy, so I'll hand it off to Bradley to speak on the detection of neonatal seizures. Bradley?
Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Dr. Bradley Osterman. Je suis un neurologue pour enfants et épileptologue et je travaille à l'hôpital de Montréal pour enfants. Le sujet de ma présentation aujourd'hui, c'est sur les convulsions néonatales, mais surtout comment dépister les convulsions néonatales pour mieux soigner nos patients. Et donc, on y va. Parmi les conflits d'intérêts, en fait, j'ai reçu des honoraires de 2 compagnies pour donner des présentations au sujet de l'épilepsie, mais rien en lien avec le sujet de notre présentation aujourd'hui. Les objectifs de notre présentation, c'est de reconnaître les facteurs de risque et les différentes étiologies des convulsions néonatales, ainsi que de se familiariser avec les différents types de crises convulsives chez le nouveau-né et de surtout discuter des avantages et inconvénients de la vidéo-EEG conventionnelle et aussi le EEG intégré à l'amplitude ou AEEG. La période néonatale est vraiment la période la plus vulnérable de toute notre vie pour le développement des convulsions épileptiques. On voit des convulsions néonatales dans 1 sur 200 naissances vivantes chez les bébés nés à terme et 4 fois plus souvent chez les bébés nés prématurément, 1 sur 50. C'est important parce que les convulsions sont quand même associées avec une mortalité de 17 % puis morbidité à long terme de 50 à 70 %. Les étiologies sont fréquentes. En fait, sont plusieurs, pardon. La plus fréquente des causes, c'est des causes symptomatiques ou des causes hyperaiguës, qui est différente de les autres patients épileptiques en pédiatrie ou chez l'adulte. Chez le bébé né à terme, en fait, la cause la plus fréquente, c'est l'encéphalopathie hypoxique ischémique, qu'on retrouve ici. Vous voyez dans le schéma que ça fait partie de plus que 50 % de l'incidence des convulsions chez les nouveau-nés. À part ça, on a plusieurs autres causes qu'on va réviser prochainement. Chez le bébé prématuré, la cause la plus fréquente, c'est l'hémorragie intraventriculaire. Mais vous voyez ici, on reconnaît les causes aiguës parmi 80-85 % des causes de convulsions chez les nouveau-nés. Après ça, il y a des épilepsies néonatales ou des causes génétiques pour lesquelles l'enfant est né avec une prédisposition pour faire des crises dans 10 à 15 % des enfants, soit à cause de les maladies génétiques ou des maladies ou des problèmes innés de métabolisme. Donc ça, c'est un autre schéma qui, en fait, démontre les multiples causes de convulsions chez le nouveau-né. D'autres causes fréquentes incluent l'AVC ischémique, des hémorragies intracrâniennes, l'infection du système nerveux central, les malformations cérébrales, des troubles métaboliques transitoires qui incluent l'hypoglycémie, l'hypocalcémie, l'hypo- et l'hypernatrémie. Encore une fois, il y a d'autres causes non aiguës, non symptomatiques, qui incluent les syndromes ou les épilepsies génétiques, qui représentent à peu près, encore une fois, 15 % des étiologies, qui incluent multiples types de gènes. Là, on a maintenant facilement au-dessus de 20-30 gènes qui pourraient amener un risque de développer des convulsions chez le nouveau-né. Les plus fréquents, c'est des gènes qui incluent le KCNQ2 ou Q3, SCN2A, ARX, CDKL5, STXBP1, parmi plusieurs autres gènes. Une chose intéressante, c'est que le timing ou le début des convulsions peut nous aider aussi avec le diagnostic ou l'étiologie spécifique. Parmi l'encéphalopathie hypoxique ischémique, le début des convulsions est souvent entre 12 heures et 36 heures de vie, avec une augmentation importante des convulsions jusqu'à souvent 72 heures, jour 3, et une diminution relative des convulsions par la suite. Des crises qui commencent immédiatement après la naissance peuvent être surtout reliées avec des troubles métaboliques transitoires ou des causes génétiques. On peut aussi avoir un AVC prénatal qui se manifeste par des convulsions qui commencent rapidement après la naissance, mais souvent chez un enfant qui paraît bien, ou est-ce qu'on pourrait juste avoir des crises avec manifestations motrices, surtout de type chronique, de 1,5 qui persiste malgré un enfant qui a une allure de bien aller. Les infections pourraient donner des convulsions à n'importe quel moment, même chose pour les thromboses veineuses, ou est-ce que ça pourrait commencer plus tard à la fin de la première semaine ou même deuxième semaine de vie. Je vous parle de la nouvelle classification des convulsions épileptiques dans le fond, est proposée par la Ligue internationale contre l'épilepsie. C'est maintenant la classification qu'on utilise pour les convulsions ou les crises épileptiques chez tous nos patients. Je vous en parle parce que ça a été modifié pour les enfants ou les nouveau-nés. Cette classification vraiment divise les convulsions avec surtout des familles où est-ce qu'on a un début focal versus début généralisé ou début incertain. Chez les nouveau-nés, c'est quand même difficile de voir s'il y a une préservation, altération de l'état de conscience, mais qu'est-ce qui nous intéresse surtout, c'est ça, les manifestations, soit motrices ou non motrices. Puis, on est très descriptif. On décrit qu'est-ce qu'on voit chez nos patients maintenant épileptiques qui font des convulsions. Ça peut être des automatismes ou des manifestations très subtiles, comme que ça peut être des manifestations cloniques, toniques, myocloniques, hyperkinétiques ou atoniques. On parle aussi de spasmes épileptiques qui ont souvent un début généralisé, mais qui pourraient avoir un début focal aussi. Ou est-ce que ça pourrait progresser ou commencer focal puis devenir bilatéral avec des manifestations tonico-cloniques par la suite, mais qui est plus rare chez le nouveau-né. Et donc, cette nouvelle classification a été proposée par un Neonatal Task Force en épilepsie, parce que c'est présentement en publication, pour spécifiquement des convulsions néonatales, où est-ce qu'on a les mêmes descriptions, les mêmes manifestations motrices et non motrices, avec encore une fois des termes qui décrivent les convulsions, comme des automatismes, des manifestations très subtiles, des mouvements de la bouche répétés, clignement des yeux, déviation subtile des yeux, pourraient être considérés comme des automatismes, ou même juste des mouvements répétés des jambes ou des bras. La manifestation la plus fréquente, c'est des crises cloniques, où est-ce qu'on a des mouvements répétés d'un membre ou l'hémicorps, souvent à 2-3 cycles par seconde, des mouvements rythmiques répétés, stéréotypés, qui sont focales, souvent reliés avec une atteinte de l'hémisphère contralatéral. On a aussi des crises toniques, qui est une manifestation de hypertonicité transitoire, mais quand même soutenue de plus que 2 secondes, qui est différente de les crises cloniques qui sont de courte durée. Les crises myocloniques sont encore plus courte durée. C'est vraiment comme des spasmes, des chocs électriques, des mouvements très rapides qui pourraient être focales, unilatérales ou bilatérales ou multifocales. Il y a un nouveau terme qui est utilisé maintenant dans cette classification qui inclut des crises séquentielles, c'est-à-dire des crises qui commencent avec une manifestation qui évolue vers une autre manifestation. Par exemple, des crises toniques qui évoluent vers des crises ou manifestations cliniques, qui est typique d'une entité génétique, surtout l'encéphalopathie reliée avec le gène COCNQ2. À part ça, on a les manifestations subtiles ou les automatismes. On pourrait avoir des spasmes épileptiques même chez les nouveau-nés, quand même rares, mais possibles. Et à part ça, on a nos manifestations non motrices, c'est-à-dire des apnées ou des changements dans les signes vitaux, bradycardie, tachycardie, changement de respiration, ou juste un arrêt de mouvement ou regard fixe. Qu'est-ce qui est intéressant, c'est aussi cette classification inclut des crises uniquement électrographiques, qui n'est pas connue chez les autres types de patients épileptiques. Ça, c'est très important parce que 60 à 70% des convulsions ou crises épileptiques sont uniquement électrographiques chez le nouveau-né, ou est-ce qu'on ne voit rien cliniquement. Ça, c'est très important parce que c'est des crises aussi importantes que des crises cliniques, qu'on va voir plus tard. Puis quand on donne des médicaments comme phénobarbital pour arrêter les convulsions, mais ça peut changer les crises où est-ce qu'on a ce qu'on appelle un uncoupling ou découplage, où est-ce que les crises initialement cliniques sont maintenant seulement électrographiques et vues juste si on a un EEG sur l'enfant, qui est encore une fois la grande majorité des crises chez les enfants qui sont traités. Pour la classification, encore une fois, des convulsions néonatales, à cause de l'importance des crises électrographiques, on mentionne qu'un monitoring EEG est nécessaire pour justement dépister ces crises, autant cliniques qu'électrographiques, pour pouvoir les diagnostiquer et bien les traiter, mais aussi de, en fait, éliminer ou de bien diagnostiquer des événements non épileptiques qui pourraient être facilement faussement diagnostiqués comme épileptiques chez un enfant aux soins intensifs néonatales. Je vous donne un exemple d'une convulsion réelle avec des manifestations surtout motrices type clonique. Mais on a aussi quelques éléments non moteurs, des manifestations subtiles, clignement des yeux, regard vide chez un enfant qui ne bouge pas beaucoup, mais on voit les petits mouvements cloniques ici du membre supérieur droit, le membre inférieur droit, avec le clignement des yeux et même les petits mouvements rythmiques du coin de la bouche. Et donc, ça, c'est un exemple d'un enfant qui a des manifestations motrices et non motrices. Ça, c'est ce qu'on peut voir cliniquement. Ça peut rester quand même subtil. Sur l'EEG, c'est plus facile à voir, par exemple. On voit plusieurs types de présentations de convulsions. Ça, c'est un exemple de crise qui pourrait donner justement des manifestations motrices de type clonique, comme qu'on a vu chez l'enfant. Des pointes ondes lentes qui surviennent à une certaine rythmicité, mais qui évoluent dans le temps. Ou est-ce que ça, c'est le même enfant où est-ce qu'on voit le début des crises ici qui évolue ici? Ou est-ce que les pointes sont plus rapprochées, sont de plus grande amplitude? Il y a une diffusion vers d'autres régions que juste en central droit, qu'on peut voir souvent là, chez les enfants qui font des convulsions. Une propagation de l'activité épileptique dans d'autres régions durant la crise. Il y a d'autres types de patterns qu'on voit à l'EEG. Ça, c'est de l'activité rapide de bas voltage qui évolue. Ça diminue en fréquence, augmente en amplitude, mais ça reste focal à l'hémisphère droit ici, en temporal. Ça, c'est ce qu'on appelle un zip-like seizure, de l'activité rapide qui commence un peu comme un zipper et qui évolue dans le temps. Ça, c'est un exemple d'une crise tonique, où est-ce qu'on a juste une atténuation ou un aplatissement du tracé lors de la crise. Ici, on a une pointe onde un peu mal définie, mais qui est suivie d'une suppression de l'activité cérébrale qu'on peut voir avec une crise tonique. Ça nous aide énormément d'avoir un EEG pour confirmer la crise épileptique et aussi de suivre la réponse au traitement, parce que c'est extrêmement difficile de distinguer les crises cliniquement chez un enfant qui fait probablement d'autres types d'événements non épileptiques. Il y a une étude bien connue irlandaise de 2008 qui a démontré que l'ensemble de cliniciens et infirmières à l'unité néonatale a diagnostiqué à tort 78% des événements parostiques non épileptiques comme épileptiques. Et à l'inverse, le groupe a seulement identifié cliniquement 9% des crises épileptiques cliniques chez les enfants qui étaient à haut risque d'avoir des convulsions puis qui étaient sous monitoring EEG. Et donc, 91% des crises ont juste été remarquées sur le monitoring EEG. Une autre étude, encore une fois d'Irlande, a évalué la capacité aux médecins puis des infirmières de diagnostiquer soit des crises épileptiques ou non épileptiques basées juste sur des vidéos, où est-ce que le nombre moyen d'événements correctement identifiés était 10 sur 20 et donc seulement 50% de réponses correctes. L'accord interobservateur était également très pauvre. C'est donc très important de dépister les crises épileptiques avec plus de certitude qui requiert justement un monitoring en continu qui se fait soit par un AEG ou vidéo EEG conventionnel. Ça, c'est un exemple d'un AEG où est-ce qu'on prend le EEG brut puis on filtre les fréquences trop basses puis les fréquences trop élevées en bas de 2 Hz puis en haut de 15 Hz. Puis on peut rectifier le signal en le comprimant avec l'amplitude de semi-logarithmique. Ça, c'est un tracé normal où est-ce qu'on a l'activité cérébrale qui dépasse souvent 10 microvolts, puis ça reste quand même souvent plus élevé que 5 volt, qui est un tracé normal. Ça, c'est un tracé de burst suppression où est-ce qu'on a de l'activité cérébrale beaucoup trop ample qui se rapproche de 100 microvolts et beaucoup trop atténuée en bas de 5 microvolts. Ça, c'est un tracé plat ou supprimé, vraiment en bas de 5 microvolts. Et ça, c'est des exemples de convulsion, un status épilepticus chez un nouveau-né, où est-ce qu'on a une augmentation soutenue de l'amplitude à plusieurs reprises encochées qui représentent à chaque fois des convulsions. Ça, c'est un autre exemple d'un AEEG, où est-ce que ça, c'est le EEG comprimé, où est-ce que ça, c'est égal à 3 heures d'enregistrement. Mais si on clique sur le tracé, on peut voir le EEG brut, où est-ce qu'on peut vraiment étaler le tracé plus comme un EEG, où est-ce que l'écran est égal à 10 à 15 secondes. Et ça, on voit la crise épileptique qui ressemble beaucoup plus à ce qu'on voit sur un EEG. Et ça, c'est parce qu'on enregistre l'activité cérébrale un peu comme un EEG, mais seulement avec des électrodes sur les régions centropariétales. On utilise seulement 4 électrodes pour un nouveau-né, tandis qu'avec un EEG standard, on a beaucoup plus d'électrodes pour couvrir le cerveau au complet, mais ce n'est pas possible avec un EEG à cause des artefacts qui sont amenés par des électrodes en frontal puis en occipital. Et donc, ça, c'est les seules régions qu'on peut identifier avec un enregistrement qui a de l'allure sans trop être contaminé par les artefacts. Et donc, 4 électrodes en centrale pariétale de façon bilatérale. La sensibilité, c'est pas 100%, là, c'est 40 à 70%, mais c'est clairement mieux que rien. On peut, c'est surtout utile pour des enfants qui font beaucoup de convulsions, des crises plus longues. C'est moins bon pour détecter des crises de courte durée ou très localisées. L'activité cérébrale de fond, si c'est très anormal, ça peut masquer les convulsions. Puis encore une fois, il y a beaucoup de faux positifs où est-ce qu'il faut être conscient de ça. Par contre, c'est interprété par le néonatologiste en temps réel qui permet une prise en charge et intervention beaucoup plus rapide. L'EEG réduit la durée totale ou le fardeau des crises, le seizure burden, si on compare une prise de charge basée uniquement sur la détection clinique seule. Une confirmation par EEG conventionnel est quand même requise. Un fardeau des crises ou seizure burden, on l'utilise souvent, c'est le pourcentage de temps en dedans de 1 heure qui est où est-ce qu'on voit des convulsions. Et si on voit des convulsions, des crises électriques ou cliniques pendant plus que 50% du temps, plus que 30 minutes dans 1 heure, ça c'est considéré comme un status épilepticus. Donc, la surveillance vidéo-EEG est vraiment le gold standard pour le diagnostic des convulsions néonatales, qui est recommandé par ces 2 organismes chez des nouveau-nés à risque de développer des convulsions néonatales pour un minimum de 24 heures. Et si les crises sont détectées, on surveille pendant jusqu'à 24 heures sans crise. Ça, c'est des exemples d'enfants constatés à risque pour développer des convulsions néonatales, qui incluent l'encyclopathie néonatale aiguë, les infections du système nerveux central, les enfants qui ont reçu un traumatisme, l'hémorragie intracrânienne, l'hémorragie intraventriculaire de haut grade, même les enfants qui ont eu des chirurgies cardiaques, surtout sous ECMO, sont à haut risque de développer des convulsions et donc on recommande un monitoring prolongé chez ces patients. Les enfants connus pour des AVC prénataux ou thromboses veineuses, ainsi que les enfants qui ont des maladies génétiques connues pour donner des convulsions ou les maladies avec des erreurs aînées du métabolisme. Il faut considérer une indication, un monitoring EEG chez tous ces patients. Puis pourquoi qu'on dépiste les crises néonatales? Parce que il y a énormément d'études maintenant qui démontrent qu'un seizure burden élevé, un fardeau des crises élevé chez les nouveau-nés est associé à un risque plus élevé de morbidité et décès. Et ça, c'est vrai pour toutes les causes de crises symptomatiques. Doit-on traiter les crises électrographiques? Oui, la réponse est oui. Parce que l'augmentation des crises néonatales, indépendamment de la présence ou absence des manifestations cliniques, est associée à une atteinte neurodéveloppementale plus sévère. Et un traitement des crises électrographiques versus juste uniquement clinique, chez les nouveau-nés avec encéphalopathies hypoxiques ischémiques, permet un temps de traitement plus rapide depuis le début des crises. une diminution significative du seizure burden et un score de l'imagerie à l'IRM relié avec les dommages moins sévères. Fait qu'un MRI Injury Score moins sévère chez les enfants qui ont été traités précocement pour leur convulsion épileptique. Oups, pardon. Je voulais juste terminer, avec un résumé. Excuse-moi encore. Les convulsions néonatales ont plusieurs étiologies et manifestations cliniques possibles. Cependant, les crises convulsives peuvent être souvent très subtiles ou seulement électrographiques. Le monitoring en continu est nécessaire pour diagnostiquer et quantifier les crises avec précision, puis de voir notre réponse au traitement. L'AEEG et la vidéo-EEG conventionnelle ont des rôles complémentaires. Et d'avoir les deux est vraiment des deux mondes. Les convulsions cliniques et électrographiques ont un impact négatif sur le pronostic neurologique chez les nouveau-nés. Et donc, le consensus actuellement est de les diagnostiquer les plus tôt et de les traiter agressivement. On n'est pas obligé de traiter toutes les crises, mais le consensus actuellement est si on a des convulsions qui durent plus que 30 à 60 secondes par heure, ça vaut la peine de les traiter. Et la prochaine présentation, on va parler spécifiquement du traitement des convulsions épileptiques chez les nouveau-nés. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Bradley, for a terrific talk. Once again, I want to encourage the viewers to please put any questions you may have for Bradley or other speakers into the comment box, and I'll refer to them after this particular session is up. Next up is another individual for whom it's my great pleasure to provide an introduction. Dr. Ken Myers is originally from Kingston, the home of the tragically hip, who did his medical and PhD degrees at the University of Calgary, and then followed up with a residency in pediatric neurology also at the University of Calgary and the Alberta Children's Hospital. He then went down under and did an epilepsy fellowship at the Premier Pediatric Epilepsy Center in Melbourne. And we were fortunate enough to recruit him here to the Children's Hospital, where he is currently an assistant professor in the Department of Pediatrics and a member of our Division of Pediatric Neurology. He is also the director of the Neurodiagnostic or Neurophysiology Lab. He also holds an FRQS Junior 1 External Salary Award, and his research interest focuses on the genetics of epilepsy and the use of various mechanisms to detect autonomic dysfunction in individuals with epilepsy. Ken is going to speak on the treatment of neonatal seizures, and once again, please provide any questions in the comments box. Ken?
Hey, I'm Ken Myers. I just wanted to start up by thanking the organizers very much for inviting me. I'm very excited to be speaking with you today about the treatment of neonatal seizures. Quickly, my disclosure is really nothing relevant to this talk. A few objectives. We're going to review some of the evidence supporting treatment for neonatal seizures. Also go over some selected studies providing evidence for different anti-seizure medications in treatment. And we're also going to discuss some genetic conditions where the treatment may be very specific. So first off, a really important question to always ask yourself for any medical issue is, do we really need to treat it? Now, there is, this has been a bit controversial at times, but there certainly is a fair bit of evidence supporting treating neonatal seizures, even if they're electrographic. So the first study I'm just going to quickly go over is by Van Rooij et al. In 2010. They conducted a randomized trial in babies with moderate to severe HIE, and they randomized the babies either to treating their electrographic seizures or not treating them. all clinical seizures were treated. And so this is quickly their sort of flow chart. I mainly put it up for the information at the bottom here. Group B was the untreated group, and you see half of those patients died in the neonatal period, whereas in their treated group, just under a third died. So now, if we look at the seizure burden, here seizure burden is on the y-axis, and here are the individual patients in each group. So I guess not surprisingly, in the untreated group, you had a subset of patients that had a much higher seizure burden than was seen in the treated group. And then if we look at brain injury, which they assessed through an MRI scoring system, if you combine the two groups, you see, perhaps not too surprisingly, that a greater degree of brain injury tends to be seen in patients with a greater seizure burden. But if you split the groups up, you see that in the treated group, there were not really that many patients with a high degree of brain injury, whereas there were many more patients with the high degree of brain injury in the untreated group. Now, there's a couple ways to interpret that, but one is that that the treatment actually allows a reduction in the degree of brain injury that babies experience. The other interpretation would be that the groups were not really similar at baseline. Some people have also tried to look at long-term outcome in babies that have electrographic seizures or not. So this is a retrospective study that looked at babies that had asphyxia with electrographic seizures, or just an approximately same degree of asphyxia, but no electrographic seizures. And we see that nearly half of those that had electrographic seizures had either died or a severe CP, versus only about 7% in those with asphyxia alone. Again, this could be interpreted in a couple of ways, and does not necessarily support that treatment actually reduces your likelihood of having any of those things. Now, there is, of course, a counter argument here against treating. We know that the neonatal period is a really crucial time in terms of brain development. And when we introduce anti-seizure medications, they affect the neurochemistry of the brain, and there's certainly at least a potential for there to be some adverse effect on how the brain develops. And while I think most people would never have a problem agreeing that babies, with status epilepticus or very high seizure burden should be treated, for a baby that has, 1 10-second focal electrographic seizure over a 24-hour period, that probably has a mostly insignificant effect on the brain, and perhaps less of an effect than introducing an anti-seizure medication. So exactly where to make the cutoff to treat or not treat is, I don't think anyone really knows. There is a fairly recent position statement that suggested that if you at least were considering patients to include in a trial for treatment of neonatal seizures, they should probably have at least 30 seconds per hour of seizure burden. And I think this is probably reasonable. I would probably treat babies with a little bit less than that, but this is at least one number that is out there. When we think about treating, it is important to remember there's some unique aspects to neonates. First off, their livers are not as mature as adults or older children, and so this may affect how drugs are cleared. As an example, the half-life of phenobarb in an adult or younger child may be around 3 days, whereas it's more closer to 5 days and can be very variable in neonates. Also, for our neonates with HIE, hypothermia probably has some effect on pharmacokinetics of at least some of the medications we use. And lastly, it's important to remember that there are some differences in the relative amounts of certain ion transporters, and this can affect some of the physiologic processes. So it's a bit of a complicated physiology, but I'll try to touch on it quickly. So in our neurons, we have two main chloride transporters. We have a KCC2, which is a potassium chloride co-transporter, and it transports both those ions out of the cell. We also have NKCC1, which is a sodium potassium chloride co-transporter, which transports those ions into the cell. And we know from some studies that the relative expression of these transporters is different in neonates versus older children. So here we see that NKCC1 is really dominant in the neonatal period, up to but over the next few months, KCC2 really becomes dominant, and this has some relevance for how the brain works. See here that GABA acts on a receptor that is a passive chloride transporter. So when GABA binds to a mature neuron, where KCC2 is dominant, the chloride in the cell is going to be fairly low, and so the GABA binding is going to induce chloride influx, leading to a hyperpolarization of the cell. However, the opposite will happen in an immature neuron, where GABA binding, where the intracellular chloride will be quite high, so GABA binding will lead to chloride efflux and a relative depolarization of the cell. Now, the implications of this are quite complex, but it is just an important thing to keep in mind when managing neonates. So if we just sort of consider finally how we're actually going to treat babies with seizures, these are kind of the real take-home points. Phenobarbital is still first line, and I'm going to get to why that is. A number of other agents are often used second line, depending on the practitioner and the center. I'm not going to get into all the evidence here, but I'd say probably the most important thing is that you would ideally have sort of an institutional protocol that would at least ensure that babies are getting treated in a timely and somewhat standardized manner. And then lastly, it's important to remember that there are some genetic conditions where the treatment may be more specific, and they may not respond to the more typically used medications. So I just want to quickly touch on this study from 2020 by Sharp et al. So don't need to go through all this, but basically they enrolled babies who had HIE or were at risk for seizure for another reason. And they also enrolled babies that, for whatever reason, there was some suspicion of clinical seizures. Graphic seizures were confirmed on EEG. The babies were randomized either to levetiracetam, which was initially given in a 40 per kilo load, followed 30 minutes later by 20 per kilo if they were still having seizures. And phenobarb was given at 20 per kilo with an additional 20 per kilo load if they were still having seizures. And then if they continued to have seizures after this, they basically crossed over and got whichever medication they hadn't gotten. And you see here, this is in minutes, that treatment was augmented every half hour if they were still having seizures. So their results were actually quite striking, that at the 1 hour time point, 93% of the patients who'd received phenobarb had not had any more seizures, whereas about half of those who'd received levetiracetam had still had some seizures. The 24-hour point was their primary endpoint, And here, 80% of the phenobarb patients were still seizure-free, whereas this was the case for only a little over a quarter of those with who'd received levetiracetam. And at 48 hours, you saw a similar difference. Basically, this supports us still using phenobarbital first line in most patients presenting with neonatal seizures. Next, I'm going to go through some genetic conditions that are sort of special cases. We'll start off with SCN2A. So this is a sodium channel gene mutations in this gene can produce some different phenotypes, but when patients have gain of function mutations, they more commonly have an early onset developmental and epileptic encephalopathy, or DEE. And they tend to present before 3 months and often in the first month of life. And their presentation is usually, as I say, quite severe, potentially consistent with Ohtahara syndrome or epilepsy of infancy with migrating focal seizures. These patients will often not respond well to the sort of standard neonatal seizure drugs, but sodium channel inhibitors can be very effective. Next, I wanted to touch on another sodium channel gene, SCN8A. This is another gene where the phenotype can be variable, but patients can present with a very severe refractory DEE in the neonatal period. These patients often have an associated hyperkinetic movement disorder, which can really complicate determining what is seizure and what is the movement disorder. In these patients, sodium channel inhibitors have been reported to be effective, but I have to say that my personal experience has been that they generally don't do very well, and I haven't really had any agents that have really consistently worked. Next, I just wanted to discuss a potassium channel gene, KCNT1. Again, this gene does not just produce neonatal seizures, but that is one of the possible phenotypes. When patients have an early onset DEE, it is usually very severe and can also be consistent with epilepsy of infancy with migrating focal seizures. One of the big early precision medicine studies screened a bunch of agents and came up with quinidine based on some in vitro data. And then people were quite excited that it was tried in a couple babies with a reported very dramatic benefit. However, subsequently, the benefit of quinidine does not seem to be very consistent, and more concerningly, in some adult patients with a different form of epilepsy where quinidine was trialed, many of them developed a very severe cardiac arrhythmia. So if you're going to do a trial of quinidine, I'd say it should be done in a hospital setting, and you should be very, very cautious. The last one I'm going to touch on is another potassium channel gene, KCNQ2. This gene can result in different phenotypes. You can get a very severe early onset DEE, or you can get a much more benign syndrome of self-limited neonatal seizures. Kind of regardless of what they have, a sodium channel inhibitor should still be the first line medication. There are some reports of benefit with pyridoxine and another medication, ezogabine, but the latter has actually been taken off the market due to some side effects that were felt to really be intolerable. Lastly, just a little reminder, there are inborn errors of metabolism. They can cause neonatal seizures, and they can very easily mimic HIE. For me, any patient with drug-resistant seizures where it's not completely clear what the underlying etiology is, you should be doing some screening metabolic tests and probably consulting the genetics service. If you are going to do a trial of an agent, it's really important to collect the metabolic screening tests before you start trialing therapies. I'm not going to go through all of the possibilities in this group, but the one to really remember is pyridoxine responsive epilepsy. When doing a trial here, probably the ideal way to do it is to give 100 milligrams of pyridoxine IV. And it's really nice if the babies are on continuous EEG monitoring, because these patients often have a burst suppression pattern, and you may see a resolution, an improvement in that background, as well as a resolution of seizures, if they have the sort of classical pyridoxine response. It's just a bit of a side note. These patients sometimes will respond well to a lysine restricted diet or L-arginine. I just wanted to also touch on another somewhat controversial topic, how long treatment should be continued. When I was in residency, we, which was not that long ago, you know, we would sort of start patients on phenobarb and then book them an appointment in a few months. And if they were still doing well, we'd wean medications then. However, there is evidence that really babies with HIE and neonatal stroke have a really high risk for seizures in the first few days of life, but that the seizure risk really starts to go down quite quickly after that. So it probably is safe in most of these babies to wean quite early. This is still a bit controversial, but I think more and more clinicians are trying to wean medications before the babies go home, perhaps after 1 week or even earlier. I just wanted to close with what's hopefully maybe a glimpse into the future, because we'd still like to be able to do better in terms of controlling neonatal seizures. And I'll mention a trial of an agent called bumetanide. So this is a diuretic that inhibits NKCC1, that is the sodium potassium chloride cotransporter I discussed earlier. So a pilot RCT has been conducted and was just published earlier this year. They used a double-blind dose escalation design and compared phenobarb with bumetanide to phenobarb with saline as a placebo. And the results are fairly promising. Here you see that the babies that received bumetanide seemed to have a reduced seizure burden compared to those who had received phenobarb alone. So I just want to thank you very much for your attention, and I guess now I will be able to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ken, for an excellent overview and presentation on the treatment of neonatal seizures. Once again, I'd like to remind the viewers to please provide any questions in the comment box. We've had a couple, and I'll be saving them up to ask our speakers after the next presentation. It's my pleasure now to introduce, and it's not only a pleasure, it's a privilege to introduce once again Dr. Harvey Steinat to our viewers. Marie gave an introduction for Harvey, so I won't repeat the details that she provided, but I just want to emphasize how fortunate the viewers are to have Harvey participating in this conference. Harvey is truly one of the outstanding clinical pediatric neuroscientists of his generation. And he's a professor of neurology and neuropathology at the University of Calgary. And he has focused throughout his career, and I must say, Harvey, it's a lengthy career, on developmental neuropathology. And I think the younger viewers don't realize the importance of pathology and understanding pathogenesis and the mechanisms of disease. And really, it's a lost art, correlating pathological findings with the clinical picture. One of the things I want to emphasize to the viewers is that Harvey received the most prestigious award from the Child Neurology Society about 5 years ago, when he received the Bernard Sachs Award, which is given for outstanding scientific contributions over a career to the field of pediatric neurology. And in an era that discourages the use of eponyms, Harvey has an eponym, and that's the STARNAC grading system for neonatal encephalopathy that you heard about before. And with Harvey, in a NICU, at any moment of the day, somebody is using your name and saying the Sarnak grade is 1, 2, or 3. So without any further ado, I'll turn it over to Harvey, and he'll present transitory and vestigial structures of the developing human nervous system. Harvey?
Oh, thank you very much, Michael, for this very kind presentation. Can you see my slide? Are my slides visible?
Yes, Dr. Shana, you can move forward.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to be sure.
You're welcome.
So I want to talk about now a topic of transitory and vestigial structures in the developing human nervous system that at times can cause neurological disorders that we have to deal with in children if they persist longer than they should. And so the objectives are to identify these structures during a stage of development and to appreciate that they can cause neurological impairment, and to try to relate this to phylogeny as well as ontogeny, and to understand that neuroembryology really is the basis for understanding both normal and abnormal nervous system development, and it complements genetic and neuroimaging data. So throughout the body, there are structures that are important during a particular phase of embryonic or fetal life, but no longer exist postnatally or survive as sort of vestigial remnants. And in the non-neurological parts of the body, the supportive tissue of the nervous system, we have transitory structures such as the ductus arteriosus, the fontanelles, gubernaculum, and we also have vestigial structures that persist, such as the umbilicus, the appendix, the coccyx, and the medial canthal ligament of the eye. Within the nervous system, we also have transitory and vestigial structures, and we'll see examples of various types in this presentation. And more importantly, we'll see how the persistence of a transitory structure that should have regressed or disappeared during maturation can cause neurological disorders. So here's a list of some of the transitory and vestigial structures that we'll cover in this presentation. And I won't read this entire list to you. We'll start with the septum pellucidum and the cavum septi pellucidi. This is a structure that has achieved recognition that is out of proportion of its functional importance, really. And the reason it's so prominent is because it's so readily visible in imaging, both prenatal and postnatal imaging by ultrasound, by MRI, and other techniques. And if we see what is the septum, if we look at a coronal section of the early telencephalon shortly after cleavage of the prosencephalon, so we're looking at about 5 to 6 weeks gestation, we can see that we can divide the anterior portion of the cerebral hemisphere into 4 quadrants. And the ventromedial quadrant is the septum. And this septum initially has neurons, it has glial cells, it is every bit as much a neural structure of the brain as any of the other areas that will develop further into adult structures. But the septum undergoes a physiological atrophy. The neurons become lost, and it remains as simply a very thin glial transparent membrane that's paired on the 2 sides. And then after a while, postnatally, or even at the time of birth, the 2 leaves can confuse to form a single midline vertical structure, the septum pellucidum. But the space between the 2 leaves is called the cavum septi pellucidi. It is not part of the ventricular system, as we'll see, and it persists, but is very evident in imaging. And if we look at sections seen in neuropathology of 2 infants, we can see that the cavum septi pellucidi, CSP here, is very large, and is very wide. And this was pointed out by John Bodensteiner as being a marker of congenital, metabolic, or developmental disorders. And the figure on the right that's labeled A is a child who was stillborn at 33 weeks gestation who had methylmalonic acidemia. And in B on the right, this is on the left, this child has a mitochondrial encephalopathy, Lee's encephalopathy, 8 days old, born at 31.5 weeks. So you can see how wide the septum, the cavum septi pellucidity is. So it's a useful marker. If we look at normal at the cavum, though, this is a 19-week mid-gestational fetus, you can see that the ventricular system, in this case, the third ventricle, is above the third ventricle, is lined by ependyma, but the cavum is not. It's lined only by glial processes. And this is because it's not part of the ventricular system. And actually, the cavum septi pellucidity was first described as early as 1812 by Wenzel and Wenzel in England. It can be demonstrated by fetal ultrasound in the second and third trimesters. Here you see the cavum, this blue dot, and you can see it here and here. And also in postnatal MRI, you can see the cavum very nicely. And sometimes there's absence of the cavum, as we have in this case of septo-optic pituitary dysplasia. And about a third of these cases, you can see the operculum is much wider here in the left hemisphere than on the right. And if you go at a more posterior cut, you can see that this child also has schizencephaly, which is an accompanying lesion in about a third of the cases of septo-optic pituitary dysplasia. The next structure I want to discuss is the lamina terminalis. This is a very important midline embryonic structure that demarcates the boundary between the diencephalon and the telencephalon. And through the lamina terminalis, develop by apoptosis a breakdown in the glial barrier to form bridges over which commissures form. So in the middle portion, the anterior commissure forms, and the bridge to form the corpus callosum traverses the dorsal part. And the dorsal part of the lamina terminalis also is important because it's the site of origin of the prosencephalic neural crest tissue. The optic chiasm forms in the ventral part of the lamina terminalis. And in the mature adult brain, you can still see a remnant of the lamina terminalis as a thin, transparent vertical membrane extending between the optic chiasm and the hypothalamic region in the floor of the third ventricle. It's too thin to really resolve very well by imaging, but it's easily seen at surgery in this region and in neuropathology. And here are some drawings of sculptures, actually, that were made by Wilhelm His, a very famous Swiss neuroembryologist who described the lamina terminalis, and he also described the neural crest around 1875. And in the figure on the left, labeled A, in this sagittal view, you can see this white structure that's going up and around. This is the lamina terminalis. And it's through here that you're going to develop the corpus callosum and the anterior commissure and the optic chiasm. And you can see in the more mature brain that you have these structures and this is the timing of the development of this is very precise in ontogeny, and these are the times when these structures form. Some children with agenesis of the corpus callosum also have hypertelorism. Here you can see a CT scan of this infant with the straight ventricles and the bundle of probes in the dorsal medial portion that's separating the ventricles. And this child also is hyperteloric because the dorsal part of the embryonic lamina terminalis that forms the callosal bridge, as I mentioned, also forms the prosencephalic neural crest, and therefore there's aplasia of the intercanthal ligament that holds the orbits facing forward as the face craniofacial structures develop. The neural crest are cells at the lateral margins of the neural plate before the folding into a provisional neural tube. And with the neural tube closure, these neural crest cells migrate into the periphery to form not only neural elements such as Schwann cells and autonomic and dorsal root ganglia and chromaffin tissue, but also non-neural cells such as adipose cells, fat cells, melanocytes, and the Purkinje conduction system of the heart, as well as cartilage, membranous but not endochondral bone, and connective tissues. And the tissue differentiation of the type of tissue that neural crest cells form does not occur until after its migration is complete. It's not during migration. And the neural crest is an embryonic tissue that even by early fetal life no longer exists. It disappears during embryonic life. And here you can see how the neural placode has the neural crest cells at the margins, and they're brought to the dorsal midline with closure of the neural tube. And this is a 5-week human embryo, and you can see the cells in the dorsal midline just before they're about to migrate. These are the provisional neural crest cells, and this is a midbrain closure of the aqueduct in a chick embryo, and you can see the neural crest cells marked in black here just as it closes, and a few hours later they're migrating out into the periphery. And here are some examples of some of the neural crest derivatives that we already mentioned. The germinal matrix is the neuroepithelium that surrounds the ventricular system, and one portion of it is called the ganglionic eminence, and that gives rise to GABAergic inhibitory interneurons, and also the earlier to Cajal-Retzius neurons. And these cells will migrate out into the periphery to the cortical plate by either radial migration or, in the case of ganglionic eminence, by tangential migration. But all of this neuroepithelium that gives rise to the neurons and glial cells that form the cortex are transitory structures that no longer are seen as the brain matures. Here you can see it in a slightly older brain, 15 months gestational age, and the corpus callosum is torn artifactually here, but it was continuous. And to guide the neuroblasts to migrate to the cortical plate, the not the GABAergic, but the glutamatergic neurons will follow radial glial fibers from the subventricular region out into the cortical plate. Here you see it in a 9-week fetus, and here you see it in a 20-week fetus, and here you see them going out to the pial surface, going through the cortical plate and into the through the molecular zone. And this is the more ventral part of this same section, showing that they are going through the white matter here on the right, labeled D, through the white matter to enter the cortical plate. This slide is labeled with calretinin, which shows the inhibitory GABAergic interneurons, a specific immunocytochemistry, and you can see the migratory path of these cells going to the cortex. And in the term neonate, these black, what they seem like black labeled cells are the inhibitory interneurons within the cortex, and they involve all layers, but especially layers 2 and 4. And they constitute about 20% of the total neurons of the cerebral cortex at maturity. The subpial granular layer of Bruhn is a layer of glial cells over the cortex. It starts out in the orbitofrontal region and spreads out over the entire cortex. And after 22 weeks gestation, becomes thinner, and it eventually disappears. So it's a transitory layer. These are glial cells, and They are important because they are one of the elements that limit over-migration of migratory neuroblasts so they don't go out into the meninges. And there are some malformations of the brain, the lysencephalies and holoprosencephaly, for example, in which this layer is either very sparse or absent altogether, and you have lots of glioneuronal heterotopia as a result out in the cortex. The external granular layer of the cerebellar cortex, by contrast, is not composed of glial cells, even though with an H&E stain it looks very similar, because these are neuroblasts that will migrate in the other direction. This is the rhombic lip of an infant with an arrested maturation, and this is where these cells form. And you can see with this S100 protein, the specialized glial cells called Bergmann glia that act as the radial glial cells do in the cerebral cortex, and they guide the neuroblasts in the external granular layer through the molecular layer here and through the Purkinje cell layer into the mature position in the internal granular layer. And you can see that with this this particular immunoreactivity Ki67, that the outer part of the external granular layer are still cells that are in the proliferative stage. That means they're capable of mitosis, and that means they're capable of repairing damage in the cerebellum. And this layer, which is transitory, this external granular layer of the cerebellum, persists actually postnatally and disappears by about 18 months of age postnatally. The Cajal-Retzius neurons of the molecular zone are important because they exist before the first wave of radial migration even occurs, and they secrete a gene product, a transcription product of the gene relin, which is important for the laminar organization of the cortex. And if they are not evenly distributed and abnormally clustered, they contribute to disorganization of the cortex and often are epileptogenic in that case. Polymicrogyria would be one example. Their origin is from the ganglionic eminence, and they become very sparse after midfield life. And at one time, they were thought to have disappeared entirely, but it's now known that they do persist, but they're so sparse with growth of the brain that they're very difficult to identify, but they're still there. And what do they do in the more mature brain? We're not really sure, but perhaps they have something to do with trying to repair damage that might occur in the cortex as acquired injuries postnatally, such as contusions. And here you can see Cajal-Retzius neurons showing with a acridine orange fluorochrome stain, and in polymicrogyria, this is a different immunoreactivity that demonstrates them with calretinin, but you can see that they are abnormally clustered in these and also abnormally distributed within the poorly laminated cortex of this polymicrogyria. There's also a subplate zone, which is a transitory structure, and the subplate zone also is important for organization of the cortical plate. And this zone will develop and then will disappear during fetal life, and is eventually replaced by the U-fiber layer that develops after mid-gestation. The indusium griseum is a pair of thin bands of gray matter with a few glial cells and a few neurons on the dorsal surface of the corpus callosum. And as the brain undergoes the telencephalic flexure that's shown in a diagram here on the right side, the hippocampus is brought from a dorsal position to a more ventral position. And here in this drawing, you can see the route of migration of the hippocampus from a more dorsal position, and that's superimposed on, of course, a normal, a mature ventricular system, not a fetal ventricular system, but this is where the indusium griseum would be. And in some brains that some malformations where the telencephalic flexure does not occur, such as in holoprosencephaly. This is a dorsal view of a mid-gestational brain, and you can see this is the hippocampus, this band here, that is continuous across the midline, just as the frontal lobes are, but it's also dorsal. It hasn't changed to a ventral position. The habenula is the first brain structure to demonstrate asymmetry in evolution, and also the first forebrain structure to show a commissure. This is the habenula that you see here, and here's its commissure. It's at the same level as the pineal at the roof of the third ventricle. And the habenula under is larger actually in the early fetus than it is at term or in the adult. And the habenula undergoes atrophy. And part of the reason it does is that it receives a lot of afferent innervation early from the septal nuclei, from the septum that we talked about. And the septum, of course, undergoes atrophy, and so do its axons disappear. And therefore, the habenula receives less innervation, and it undergoes atrophy secondarily. Choroid plexus cysts are seen in many brains. They are most frequently in the lateral ventricles. And there are two histological types. Multiple cysts occur in trisomies, trisomy 18 and 21 in particular, and also in congenital infections such as Zika and cytomegalovirus, as well as in some metabolic disease such as molybdenum cofactor deficiency. And here's an example of choroid plexus in the lateral ventricle in a 35-week gestational fetus, and you can see it's marked here. This is a choroid plexus cyst, and you can see that the epithelium of the choroid plexus is external, but the other variant is that the cyst is inverted so that the epithelium is internal. And these are seen commonly at mid-gestation, but then they disappear. And why do they disappear so mysteriously? Because they rupture. When they accumulate enough fluid, they simply break and release their fluid into the intraventricular fluid, which is the same, and they no longer are seen on fetal MRI or fetal ultrasound. Blake pouch cyst is a transitory, it starts out as a normal structure, and the Blake pouch, and it becomes cystic and abnormal because it's a protrusion for the roof of the initial roof. It's really a membrane before the cerebellum has developed, of the posterior membrane of the roof of the fourth ventricle, and eventually, normally, the Blake pouch cyst, the Blake pouch ruptures, and that's what forms the foramen of Majandi. And if that doesn't happen, and the Blake pouch cyst persists, it can cause obstructive hydrocephalus as a vestigial structure because it obstructs the outlet of the fourth ventricle. Sometimes the foramen of Luschka and the more lateral sides can compensate in part, but often it cannot. Sometimes the Blake pouch cyst is associated with hypoplasia of the vermis of the cerebellum, and in those cases, it's been considered to be a variant of within the Dandy-Walker spectrum. It was first described in the year 1900 by Blake. There are persistent vessels also that can occur and disappear. Because of the flexion of the brain of the early embryo, the initial basilar artery, which is paired as paired anterior neural arteries, they fuse as a basilar artery, and they are very close to the internal carotid artery, and there are connections between them that are the three most important ones are the trigeminal artery, the otic artery, and the hypoglossal artery. And as the circle of Willis develops, and after the fusion of the paired primordial neural arteries, longitudinal neural arteries into the basilar form, these connections with the carotid disappear. Sometimes they don't. And here's a lady, 46 years old, this arteriogram, but this is a congenital defect that could have been demonstrated at birth. And you can see that this is the basilar artery, if you can see my arrow, and this is the internal carotid. And there's a large vessel that connects the internal carotid to the basilar artery. And this is the trigeminal artery. It persists, and it means that all of the perfusion of not only the internal carotid perfusion, but also the perfusion of the posterior fossa on that side comes from the common carotid artery. And if this lady were to have a stroke, she had an arteriogram for a different reason, but if she were to have a stroke, it might cause infarction not only of supratentorial structures, but also infratentorial structures. There's also a persistent artery in the eye called the hyaloid artery, which is eventually replaced after the optic cup phase is over by the ophthalmic artery. And this vessel goes into the vitreous and surrounds the lens, and it's very prominent in a 5-week fetus. It recedes at about 7 weeks, and it then disappears as it's replaced. Sometimes the hyaloid artery can persist, and if it does, it can cause progressive visual loss in childhood or adult life with opacification of the vitreous, cataract, and even causes retinal detachment. It also regularly is seen in the cyclopean eye in some cases of alobar holoprosencephaly. And it can actually be demonstrated by prenatal ultrasound, and it can be demonstrated by MRI as well. And you can actually see it with an ophthalmoscope, but it's something that is an example of a persistent structure. There are some recesses of the ventricles which some persist in transiently in humans, such as the olfactory ventricle, and some which never occur in humans but occur in some other species, such as the cerebellar ventricle of an optic ventricle, optic tectal ventricle of the shark. And here's an olfactory recess in a human fetus of 24 weeks gestation. It eventually will disappear. You see it's lined by ependema, as is the rest of the ventricular system. It is part of the ventricular system. And in congenital hydrocephalus, you can see that it becomes very much enlarged and persists postnatally. And this is the hydrocephalus in the rest of the ventricular system of this fetus. Spinal central canal is another example of a structure of fetal life, which then atrophies, and you end up with just a few remnants of the ependema of the central canal in the mature spinal cord, some aggregates and rosettes, but it should disappear. Sometimes if it doesn't, it can sometimes result in hydromyelia or even syringomyelia. The C1 cervical spinal nerve root does not exist in the mature human. It's prominent in some other classes of animals, such as amphibians and reptiles. In the human, it's transitory at about 4 to 5 weeks gestation, but it doesn't really innervate the dermatomes or myotomes of the somites or any other peripheral structure. It regresses and disappears. And finally, the human tail. In late embryonic and early fetal life, the coccyx is often prominent, and a tiny tail is a transitory structure that is soon resorbed and doesn't persist. But sometimes a human tail does persist. And if it contains neural elements and bony elements of primitive vertebrae and striated muscle of paraspinal muscle, then the tail is called a true tail. If the tail is simply a skin-covered connective tissue cylinder without any bony, neural, or muscular elements, it's called a pseudotail. And it can be caused by enhanced growth of the vertebral column by overexpression of sonic hedgehog, which is induced by the notochord, or induced by exogenous retinoic acid, which is the alcohol of vitamin A, which is sometimes used by women for dermatological conditions before they know they're even pregnant. The true tails are asymptomatic, and they're almost always excised in early infancy, but the patient should be observed for the first 2 years, at least, for progressive tethering of the spinal cord, and in some cases, nerve root entrapment, which may even be demonstrated at birth or early in infancy. Many animals have tails, but humans in the mature state do not. And here's an example of a toddler with a human tail, and you can see that there has been tethering of the spinal cord and progressive nerve root compression, and so this child has Talipes equinovarus deformities of the ankles. If you look at the vertebral bodies, you can see that the sacral vertebrae and coccygeal vertebrae remain as segmented structures as they are in the more rostral regions of the spinal cord. The intervertebral discs and spaces do not disappear because in the normal sacrum, you have fusion of these vertebrae so that the intervertebral spaces are gone. And that's not the case here in this human tail. It was not excised at birth. And so in conclusion, I would say that the neuroanatomical morphology of the fetal brain is quite different from at maturity, and in part because of many transitory structures that disappear or become vestigial as adults. And it's important to understand the neuroembryology and developmental neuropathology as bases for understanding normal and abnormal brain development. Transitory structures can persist beyond their time and may cause neurological disability later. And we can get some insight from studying not the adults so much as the embryos of other vertebrates, of other animals, so that we can make a correlation with human ontogenesis. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Harvey. I'd like to call upon the other speakers in this session to join me through the magic of technology, and I will pose some questions. We are running according to the schedule about 15 minutes late, so we'll try to keep the questions and the answers brief. My first question will be to Bradley and to Ken. Basically, what is your opinion on our capacity to do 24-hour continuous EEG monitoring in the newborn unit in terms of both human resources and technology resources that we have? And has anybody really shown yet that treatment of subclinical seizures makes a difference in terms of long-term outcomes? And one of the viewers asked a specific question about including extremely premature infants in the continuous monitoring network. Bradley or Ken?
I can start. So, I mean, I think the 24-hour EEG monitoring really is why the AEEG is there. It's something that is done in real time. There are people at the bedside that can sort of interpret the tracing, whether it's the nurse or the neonatologist. We do, like most centers where we work, we do have a continuous monitoring going on at the same for most of these patients at the same time, and we can review this at any time during the evening or even the night if there is a suspicion of seizures. But particularly for the electrographic seizures, that's where the AEEG is key, because there are people always there, even at night when we're not, who can interpret it and sort of act accordingly. And if there's a real suspicion but they're not sure, they can always call the neurologist who would be able to look at the tracing if need be at home. But I don't think it's feasible to think that we could have a 24-hour EEG service like in most, which is not available in most centers either. And just to touch on your second question, for the premature babies, I think for me the indications stay the same. If you have a premature baby that has an indication for prolonged monitoring, whether it's a stroke or venous thrombosis or trauma or history of HIE or a possible genetic condition, encephalopathy, we would monitor that baby. So I don't think it changes for a premature baby, the tracing would be a bit different, and the AEG would look different, so you have to be aware of that. But the indications for me would remain the same.
Ken, do you have any comments to add?
Yeah, not much. I mean, I agree. I think there isn't great evidence. I tried to find, what's out there to support treating subclinical seizures. But it's one of those things that I don't know that we're going to get the evidence, because it's pretty tough to do an ethical trial at this point because of the lack of kind of equipoise. Just to add on to Bradley's, there is a huge variation in what you see place to place. In Australia, they pretty much don't do like overnight monitoring in these patients. They do kind of an hour here, an hour there, a couple hours here, a couple hours there. I think, they're a mostly public health system like us. In places like the United States where it's private, I think there are probably some centers where, to be cynical, you can bill a lot of money for this. So putting every patient on for 24 hours with the guidelines Bradley mentioned probably makes more financial sense. For our center here, I would, even with the evidence being what it is, I would love for us to have a 24-hour EEG tech and for us to have enough people qualified to read the EEG that we could provide that service 24 hours a day. But I think just in terms of the resources we have available, it's not doable right now. Yeah, that's, I guess, all I'd say.
And Ken, when would you consider, and in what clinical context would you trigger doing an epilepsy gene panel in the setting of neonatal seizures?
So, I mean, yeah, anyone with drug-resistant seizures where they're not coming under control with the first two agents that you've tried, unless you really have 100% other etiology that makes sense, like a clear stroke or something like that. I guess also there's sort of a pattern of migrating focal seizures that we often seem to see in some of these genetic epilepsies. So sometimes when we're reporting those and we see that, even if they come under control, we still will sort of suggest to the team that maybe they take a look at a genetic cause. I don't know if Bradley wants to add anything there.
And I've been hearing about butenamide for at least a decade at pediatric neurology meetings, okay? How come it hasn't made the breakthrough into actual clinical practice?
Yeah, so thanks. I saw Jared put that question in too. I was honestly not fully up on the history of this, but as I read a bit more into it, there's been this ongoing debate and these, I don't want to say nasty, but contentious letters to the editor back and forth in some of the big journals. I think, but part of the reason it hasn't gotten further, there's a concern about autotoxicity that there's a lot of debate about. But even in the trial I showed, I believe 2 of the treated patients had some hearing impairment and nobody in the untreated side. But that is certainly debatable. And then there's a lot of it's been based on animal study work. So, and that is sort of fraught with potential issues. To me, the limited understanding I have right now that we have a pretty good pilot trial in humans, in a good journal, Annals of Neurology, the numbers were fairly small. I think it's probably going to be enough to support a bigger trial, and that would also assess, the things like autotoxicity. But it's definitely going to take that. I think we're still a ways from it being kind of mainstream.
And then this was a question from one of our viewers. The use of multiple anticonvulsants in the context of neonatal seizures. When do we consider adding? What do we add? And has anybody really evaluated the benefits of multiple anticonvulsants, all of which have their own toxicity spectrum, against the prognosis of additional seizures?
Yes, so it's a good question. I mean, I think it's important to have an institutional protocol that rapidly accelerates therapeutic interventions. So I would, they used every half hour in some of these trials. I would augment therapy quite rapidly to control seizures in patients that have that kind of reasonable seizure burden that you think it's worth treating. To me, if you thought it was worth treating with one medication, you should keep treating until you get them under control, and then try to take them off as soon as you can as well.
I can remember Joe Volpe standing at a pediatric neurology conference, probably when you guys were in high school, and said that he hadn't seen a newborn seizure disorder that can't be controlled with phenobarbital dilantin. And that certainly is not our current experience at all in terms of the NICU. And then a general question for all three of you, and probably too bad we don't have Steve Miller on at this point in time, but the benefit of neuro-NICUs and introducing them into practice and setting them up, maybe not necessarily as physically distinct entities to the rest of our NICU, but benefiting the population in terms of observation and outcome. Any of you commented, is the literature coalescing to show that these are viewed benefits and should be standard of practice?
Well, maybe even Dr. Sarnak could talk about this. This has been implemented in Calgary, and there's actually publications where they've seen improved outcomes for patients with HIE since they've had their designated sort of neuro NICU team, which makes sense, having sort of a designated staff, standardized protocols, people they can contact from the NICU much more quickly, who can act more quickly for seizures or for any other neurological emergency. I think it's something personally to strive for, and I know that at the Montreal Children's, we're taking steps to sort of go in that direction. We're under the initiative of Dr. Garfinkel, we started the neuro-NICU rounds every month, talking about the different sort of conditions we see in neurology in the NICU, and starting with the sort of the revision of all of our protocols, and hopefully we'll get enough people on board that we can actually offer that service one day. I personally think it would be important.
Harvey, can you say a few words about the experience in Calgary?
Yes. Yes, it has been successful in Calgary. I think because there's a focus on neurological problems in such a NICU as opposed to cardiac problems or surgical abdominal problems and other types of issues in a NICU, I think that it does have value. But the first prerequisite for that would be that you have a critical mass of dedicated pediatric neurologists who are dedicated to neonatal intensive care and are willing to collaborate with the neonatologists in following these patients more closely and in treating them. So I think the value of having a separate neurological NICU depends largely on the staffing as to the neurologists available to help with that, and whether the neonatologists want to do that as well. And of course, there's other aspects involved as well, as neonatal nursing and administration and other things. But I think in selected medical centers, I think there are many advantages to it. It's not something I would recommend for all medical centers, even large ones that may not be as feasible in some. And I think it's sort of an individual medical center choice based on the individuals and the support of the institution as well.
Thank you, Harvey. And Harvey, there's one last question from one of our viewers that was texted to me. can you comment on the neuropathology of cerebellar hemorrhage in the preterm baby? I mean, have you had the opportunity to view a series of such prems, and can you comment on where the origin of the hemorrhage is coming from?
Yes, I have seen this. I used to do all of the neuropathology at Children's Hospital, both surgical and postmortem, and I have seen cerebellar hemorrhages in premature infants, and we still see them in infants by imaging as well, by MRI. They can be detected. The origin, as with the germinal matrix hemorrhage in the supratentorial compartment, the origin is from very immature, thin-walled vessels with immature endothelial cells that easily rupture, especially with reperfusion after a transitory episode of hypotension, for example. And the same thing occurs in the cerebellum, except that it would be in the external granular layer, which I showed you, rather than in the periventricular region, as it would be in the cerebral mantle, cerebral hemisphere. And I mean, assuming that the infant doesn't have a bleeding tendency with some hematological factor that would make it more vulnerable, or there hasn't. Sometimes we see cerebellar hemorrhages also in infants who have had a lot of birth trauma, who have had a lot of molding of the head and compression in the posterior fossa, or abnormal distortion of posterior fossa structures, that we can see that. But the blood vessels in both the germinal matrix and in the external granular layer that I showed you are immature vessels that are much more vulnerable than our mature capillaries or arterioles within the brain, or venules.
Okay, thank you very much, Harvey. And I'd like to conclude by thanking all of our speakers in the second session this afternoon. Harvey, it was great that you were able to join us this afternoon. Thank you for taking the time. And Bradley and Ken, terrific presentation from both of you. I can say you did the division and the department proud. Thank you.
Thank you for offering me the time.
Hi, Dr. Sarnat.
Thank you. See you well.
Okay, so I guess we'll proceed to the final group of presenters. And next up, it's my pleasure and indeed honor and joy to present Steve Miller. Steve is a Montreal native. He did his medical degree and his pediatric neurology training here at McGill in the Montreal Children's Hospital. He then went on to do a neonatal neurology fellowship at the University of California in San Francisco, and then was fortunately recruited back to Canada to the University of British Columbia, where he held a Canada Research Chair in neonatal neuroscience. About a decade ago, Steve made a journey east to Toronto and the Hospital for Sick Children, where he'd been the chief of the Division of Pediatric Neurology, the head of the Center for Brain and Mental Health, and the holder of the Bloorview Foundation Chair in Pediatric Neuroscience. Steve is also the co-principal investigator on the Canada-wide Child Bright Strategy for Patient-Oriented Research and Network, which has made a tremendous impact in neurodevelopmental disabilities and patient and parent engagement in research. Steve can be considered a leader in his generation in the field of neuroscience, and especially in the world of neonatal neurology. So I look forward to hearing from Steve, who will be talking about brain health in neonates with congenital heart disease, the heart of the matter. Steve?
Hello again from Toronto. Again, it is great to be here. I hope that the next time it will be in person. And I'm so glad to see this incredible focus on the developing brain throughout this program and to be a part of this. So we're now going to shift to brain health in neonates with congenital heart disease, something that I think is the heart of the matter. I'm going to build on many of the themes that had come up when we last spoke about babies born preterm and really emphasize the importance of thinking about brain development. Let's move past our concepts of brain injury to think about how the brain is developing. Again, these are my disclosures. These are the learning objectives, with the emphasis on this intersection of brain injury and brain development as a way of identifying new opportunities to promote better outcomes. So this is the challenge we have. Let's look at the spectrum of brain injury and brain development in babies born full-term with Neonate disease. I'm going to highlight this critical link between the heart function and the brain function. And let's use this to identify opportunities to promote brain health in this important population of children who deserve our attention. So why focus on children with congenital heart disease? Much has been written about this, including practice parameters by Brad Marino and colleagues from the American Heart Association, highlighting how we should be looking at the outcomes of these babies with heart disease through structured follow-up programs, just as we do preterm babies. Bill Gaynor, looking at 1,500 children across multiple institutions, including Canadian institutions, mapped out neurodevelopmental outcomes using the Bayley Scales of Infant Development 2 across all of these cohorts, and plots them based on their year of birth from 1996 out into the 2000s. A few things are important to take away from this graph. So we have the Mental Development Index of the Bayley Scales, cognitive outcomes. Here, solid colors is the Performance Development Index, motor outcomes, shown here. So notice how at 2 years of age or less, it's the motor outcomes that are most concerning. Let me point out that these are scores with a mean of 100, standard deviation of 15. So we have cognitive scores about a standard deviation below the mean, motor scores even lower than that. The neurological phenotype of these babies starts with motor impairments, and as you follow these children over time, the motor impairments seem to improve and they're replaced by more concerns in cognition, and that's evident quantitatively in these maps. Now, notice this very statistically significant increase over time, but I hope we all agree that a 2 to 3 point change in the Bayley scales is not quite the big improvement that we're all after, so we still have a lot of work to do. So why is it that neurodevelopmental impairments are so prevalent in this population? And that's because brain injury is so remarkably common in babies with congenital heart disease. This is a collaborative study between Utrecht and Toronto, Natalie Claessens and Van Chow. Van is a neonatal neurologist at Sick Kids, and he took the step of helping to lead us towards routine brain imaging in these babies with heart disease before and after surgery, particularly in those babies with transposition of the great arteries and single ventricle physiologies like hypoplastic left heart syndrome, the most important forms of congenital heart disease that we see needing repair in the first month of life. So there's been some question whether brain injury is common because these babies are in research cohorts, so we're only enrolling babies with concern. The data I'm about to show you is from clinically scanned cohorts. Utrecht adopted a similar protocol of routine clinical brain imaging for these babies before and after heart surgery. There is a spectrum of these babies, watershed injuries, the classic watershed pattern of brain injury that is common in babies full term with partial prolonged asphyxia. Dramatic, shown on these diffusion images, and let me point out that these are all axial diffusion images. We're looking down on the brain. Areas of restricted diffusion are bright, so the areas of injury are bright. So rare but serious brain injury in these babies with heart disease. Far more common are punctate white matter lesions, just like we've seen in those babies born preterm. Periventricular white matter lesions, most commonly posteriorly and then anteriorly. We see strokes. Larger strokes here are 2 MCA infarcts, but more commonly these smaller focal infarctions, particularly in the deep gray, the basal ganglia and the thalamus. So we looked at this group because of very different practice approaches, wondering, would the burden of brain injury be different? They differ based on prenatal diagnosis, the use of balloon atrial septostomy, and even age at surgery. And yet the cumulative burden of these brain lesions taken together is not different among these centers. On average, 2/3 of these babies have brain injury, either on the pre or the post-operative scan. When I say post-operative, these are new injuries, not just seeing the old injury. As a neurologist, I can't think of many populations for whom I request an MRI scan and expect 2/3 to have abnormalities. And again, this is not a research cohort. This is a clinically scanned cohort. Injuries, either rare, much more common, punctate white matter lesions, tightly related to low cardiac output states, either preoperatively or the first 24 hours postoperatively. Focal strokes, strongly related in this clinical cohort to balloon atrial septostomy and the use of selective cerebral perfusion, a bypass strategy introduced to be brain protective for aortic arch reconstructions. So that typically happens in the sickest children. So hard to know yet whether it's the perfusion strategy itself or that they have single ventricle physiologies and need arch repair, something that we're actively working on. But modifiable risk factors for these brain injuries, if we look. Do these lesions matter? This is work by Shad Pavandi, a cardiologist with Patrick McQuillan at the University of California, San Francisco, looking at data from San Francisco and Vancouver. Stroke, not significantly related to outcomes at 2.5 years of age. Again, the psychomotor development index of the Bayley-2, the PDI. But moderate to severe white matter injury is more than 3 of those little lesions or larger lesions. You have scores almost a standard deviation below the mean on the PDI. Most strongly, some relationships to cognitive outcome, but notice here that it is not stroke that is the predictor of outcome, it's the white matter injury. These data in TGAs are intriguing. There's almost a trend towards higher scores, and it's because the septostomy reduces hypoxia, likely preventing white matter injury. There's probably a trade-off of having your septostomy and a focal small stroke that doesn't worsen your outcome. So please don't assume that the septostomy is a risk for stroke means that we shouldn't do septostomies. So far, the data is that we should keep going. So white matter injury is the critical factor in this population. So let's take a closer look at white matter injury. In the baby born preterm, I showed you this characteristic distribution of periventricular white matter lesions, these punctate lesions, primarily centrally. Term baby with heart disease, very similar radiologically, except they're more common posteriorly and anteriorly. Again, they occur in 20% of babies postoperatively, 1/3 of babies postoperatively, most tightly related to low cardiac output states, particularly in the first 24 hours postoperatively. Not related, as we might have expected, to events during cardiac surgery or bypass. Jesse Guo mapped these lesions out again, using cohorts from around the world now, in our babies with heart disease compared to our preterm babies, showing quantitatively that the lesions in the heart disease babies are more commonly posteriorly and anteriorly, sparing the central regions. And that makes sense because if you recall from the preemie talk, as we talk about oligoprogenitor cells becoming pre-oligos and then mature myelin-forming oligos, these pre-oligos are most common in the developing white matter at 28 weeks gestation. And then they mature to become myelin-forming oligos, first centrally, and then posteriorly, and then anteriorly. So these term babies with heart disease have sparing of white matter injury in those areas where the pre-oligos, the vulnerable cell types, have already matured. So we're starting to see this intersection of brain injury and brain development. So we were very surprised When I was in San Francisco working closely with Patrick McQuillan and Donna Ferrero and the UCSF team, why are these term babies with heart disease acquiring a pattern of brain injury that is expected in preterm babies? So we were able to look at our babies with heart disease relative to a group of totally normal term control neonates. A group of babies who were scanned because their parents were kind enough to allow us to bring their babies to the scanner using the same MRI techniques with at the same day of life as our term babies with heart disease preoperatively. What do we see is less mature brain development even before the babies go to surgery. This is one image of N-acetyl aspartate to choline ratios, a measure of neuronal integrity and metabolism, showing 10% lower values in our babies with heart disease. 10% corresponding to about 5 weeks of development if we map this out relative to preterm babies. So we have our full-term babies whose brains are closer to the moderate to late preterm baby, perhaps explaining why they have white matter injury instead of the more expected neuronal patterns of full-term brain injury. And these data are congruent with other measures of white matter maturation, for example, fractional anisotropy, and work by many groups now around the world, showing multiple aspects of perturbed brain development in the fetus. Kathy Limperopoulos, in a beautiful study of fetal MR spectroscopy, shows us that as you go from 24 weeks gestation outwards through the third trimester of gestation, that there is a fall off in NAA levels that becomes accentuated as they approach term age. So again, our measure of neuronal integrity and metabolism we know is lower preoperatively, and Kathy is showing us that this change has happened in utero through the third trimester of gestation. Professor Limperopoulos initially made the observations with Professor Mainemer at McGill, showing that these babies' exam findings in careful OT exams and with Mike Chabelle neurological exams were abnormal preoperatively. So a real congruence of findings across not just brain imaging, but also function. Caitlin Rollins at Harvard, showing us abnormal brain maturation and growth through the third trimester of gestation in transient cell layers like the subplate zone or the developing white matter in the intermediate zone. In this study, they were fantastic in their choice of control groups because they looked at babies with single ventricle physiologies, hypoplastic left heart syndrome, and transposition of the great arteries versus what they called optimal controls versus controls who had a relation, who had congenital heart disease. Darker blue means greater difference. So notice how there is greater difference to the optimal controls, and that difference is attenuated relative to those who don't have heart disease but are related to someone with congenital heart disease, suggesting that there might be some shared genetic factors here in terms of abnormal in utero brain maturation and growth. But this really is about the intersection of brain development and injury. This is, again, data from Shad Payvandi looking at fetal brain growth based on age at fetal scan into their preoperative postnatal scan, lower brain volumes in those babies who go on to acquire moderate to severe white matter injury, that injury that is itself the predictor of outcome. And so this is the model we're working on, that in the womb there is diminished oxygen, possibly nutrient delivery, leading to brain immaturity. This brain immaturity is then the substrate, the foundation on which there is injury from transitional physiology and low cardiac output states, and that yields the acquired postnatal white matter injury that we want to prevent in order to improve outcomes. It is not just about what we see with these punctate spots. Network development is delayed in neonates with congenital heart disease. This is work from Maria Feldman from Bea Lattal's group in Zurich, who spent time with us analyzing these data at Sick Kids in Toronto, showing connections that are stronger in controls versus preoperative congenital heart disease patients, particularly long range and interhemispheric connections. And here we could see this abnormal connectivity in 3 dimensions. Using a different cohort, I'm highlighting locally affected subnetworks with reduced connectivity in babies with congenital heart disease. So we need to think about brain injury, we need to think about brain development, and importantly, the connectivity and the disruptions in connectivity that are related both to congenital heart disease and to white matter injury. These differences in connectivity matter. If one looks now at connectivity changes in adolescents with congenital heart disease, and this beautiful study showing lower fractional anisotropy in the CHD patients compared to controls in these widespread white matter regions, and importantly, and not unexpectedly, working memory related to the maturation of the white matter in adolescence. So these aren't changes that just happen in the fetus or preoperatively, these are changes that persist and matter for outcome. So it may seem pessimistic, that's not at all. Understanding what's happening to the brain is a chance to identify opportunities to promote better outcomes. When Linda DeVries from Utrecht spent time with us in Vancouver, she was impressed by a paucity of white matter injury in this group of West Coast neonates with heart disease who underwent arch reconstruction. So this is a San Francisco-Vancouver group compared to a Utrecht group. Selma Algra, a trainee from Utrecht, spent time working with us on these data, looking at those with and without a prenatal diagnosis. So if you have a prenatal diagnosis, on the West Coast, you have a 13% incidence of white matter injury. If you were diagnosed postnatally, 50%, a pretty big difference. If, however, you were in Utrecht with a prenatal diagnosis, 50%. Very similar if you had a postnatal diagnosis. Notice how strokes in this population of single ventricles needing arch reconstruction, similar in both groups. So what's happening in this group with prenatal diagnosis that might not be happening in Utrecht? That prompted Professor DeVries to go back to Utrecht. And what we've recognized is a very different use of this prenatal diagnosis, with one strategy emphasizing immediate intensive care admission and monitoring, and another strategy focused on nutrition, parent-infant interaction, and bonding. And so we're now looking at what are the aspects of care that might be protective with prenatal diagnosis. Chad-Pevandi has taken this a step further to show not only does prenatal diagnosis reduce the incidence of brain injury, this is a brain injury severity score that goes from no injury to minimal white matter injury or intraventricular hemorrhage, stroke, or moderate to severe white matter injury, the lesion that's of greatest concern. Notice if you're diagnosed prenatally in this larger cohort of West Coast babies, you're more likely to have no preoperative brain injury and fewer of the most concerning lesions, but you're also set up for a trajectory of brain development that is more rapid than the babies who are postnatally diagnosed. Again, highlighting the importance of prenatal diagnosis as a way to promote more optimal brain development. So let's ask then, why is brain development impaired in these babies? And in moving to Toronto, I had the really good fortune of being able to work with Mike Seed, now the head of cardiology at Sick Kids, also a radiologist. Working with Chris McGowan, an MR physicist, they worked out methods to map cerebral oxygen delivery in the womb non-invasively. So here we have fetal cardiac MRI scans, and using the T2 properties of blood, one can measure cerebral saturations and calculate both cerebral oxygen delivery and utilization in the fetus non-invasively. Using these techniques, we can map out in normal controls the oxygen-rich blood coming from the placenta, streaming across the foraminal valley into the left atrium, out the left ventricle, into the brain, and then back. Yet in the baby with transposition of the great arteries, one has this abnormal streaming of blood up now because these vessels are transposed towards the lungs, with oxygen-poor blood getting to the brain. Comparable brain desaturations in babies with single ventricle physiology, highlighting the important role of fetal hypoxia as a predictor of impaired brain development. We don't yet have good measures of in utero nutrition supply, so I'm not dismissing the potential contributions of nutrition, only this very strong relationship between fetal hypoxia and worse brain growth in these fetuses with congenital heart disease. So tight relationship between oxygen-rich blood getting to the brain and better brain growth. Cerebral hypoxia predicting slower brain growth. So we've seen prenatal diagnosis being important, cerebral oxygen delivery, in utero being important. What about age at surgery, which has been fairly controversial and lots of heterogeneity across centers in terms of when we do operations? We've been very interested in this group of babies who have ventricular septal defects. In the seminal work by Jay Newberger and David Bellinger in the Boston circulatory arrest trials, if one looks carefully at those data that showed that longer duration of deep hypothermic circulatory arrest predicted worse brain health outcomes, the babies with TGA and a ventricular septal defect did worse than the babies without a VSD. And that seems surprising to me because those babies with VSD often didn't need a balloon atrial septostomy. When we looked at our babies at sick kids who were again scanned pre and post-operatively, it was notable that the babies with a VSD more likely had their operations after 2 weeks of age. They had these delayed repairs. And what do we see? Is that the longer they're waiting for their repair, the slower their brain growth. Their post-operative brain size reflected here in a Z-score, so -1 and -2 Z-scores below the mean, related to later age at repair. And that later age at repair predicts lower language scores. So can we also think about age at surgery as a potential protective factor to promote more optimal brain development and hopefully predict better outcomes? So when we met yesterday, looking at the brain health of the preterm baby, I showed you this image showing this dramatic period of brain development in this baby born very preterm, scanned early in life, again at term equivalent age, and again at 8 years later. We see in our babies with heart disease a very comparable pattern of brain injury, white matter injury, based on the substrate of impaired in utero brain development that is linked to in utero impairments of brain oxygen delivery. Michael von Rijn and Bealatal and others have shown reduced brain volumes both in newborns and in adolescents with congenital heart disease. In fact, these maps look remarkably similar. These are not just transient changes in brain maturation that then resolve. They persist well out into adolescence and relate to intelligence quotient. So in this study from Zurich, in normal controls, the brain size didn't matter. Yet in these babies with heart disease, smaller brain volumes predicted lower IQ scores. So it's not just about the size of the brain, it's that these brain changes matter for the function of these children. In this study, looking at reduced brain volumes, looking at white matter microstructure in these children with congenital heart disease from Marie Brossard-Racine's work at McGill, this should read reduced white matter microstructure in children, youth with congenital heart disease, these dramatic differences that she goes on to interrogate with even more sophisticated measures of diffusion imaging to show very refined differences in brain maturation that are very consistent with these impairments that we see in the fetal and neonatal period, persisting well out into youth with congenital heart disease. Ariane Morelli, an adult congenital heart disease specialist at McGill, has also been getting us to think more broadly about this long-term trajectory of neurocognitive disease and congenital heart disease. She brought a team together with Jane Newberger and others that I was very privileged to be a part of. So we need to think about the neurodevelopmental burden of congenital heart disease as these people then become adults and acquire cardiovascular disease. Their cerebrovascular lesion burden is at risk of increasing again. So let's not just think about congenital heart disease as an issue for the fetus and newborn. We need to think about this in the long-term trajectory of these children. And this is why we've moved to a much more proactive approach to promoting brain development in these babies. This is an outline of the cardiac neurodevelopment program that we've been fortunate to initiate at SickKids. It's an interdisciplinary program. Vanna Kazanian is the nurse practitioner, is the glue that holds us all together. It includes neonatal neurology for these children who have a concern on imaging, routine clinical MRI scans pre and postoperatively, amplitude integrated EEG monitoring for those babies who are at risk of seizures. We're still working towards routine genetic testing, but good to see that we're bringing it much differently. Inpatient developmental care, long-term follow-up through the neonatal follow-up program, transitioning to neuropsychology later on. And as you think about your children that are cared for with congenital heart disease, I hope that these data are a prompt to go back home and ask, what are the elements of a cardiac neurodevelopment program that you're ready to implement in your institution? So in the brief time that we have to address the baby with congenital heart disease, well, I've shown you a lot of data on brain injury. I want you to leave thinking more about brain development, not just as the substrate for injury, but look at Marie Broussard-Racine's work showing this long-term impairment in white matter microstructure in these babies. How do we improve this brain development? And I hope to have shown you opportunities to promote brain health in these children, whether it's prenatal diagnosis, time to surgery, or importantly, learning from babies who were born preterm. How can we implement neurodevelopment programs that start as inpatients and support these families through the long term once they're back home? I want to thank my colleagues at SickKids, particularly Patrick McQuillan at UCSF, who's been a partner in all of the work that I've shown you with congenital heart disease over the years, our sources of support. And again, special thanks to the families and children who participate in these studies over stressful periods in their lives and over the long term. Thanks again for having me, and I look forward to questions.
Thank you very much, Steve, for an excellent presentation. As usual, thorough and enthusiastic, showing your passion for these patients and for the research you've done over the years. Again, I want to remind the viewers to put any questions they may have for Steve and the other presenters in this session in the comment section. I now have the privilege and the honor to introduce one of our department members, Pia Wintermark, who will be our next speaker. It also gives me an opportunity to personally acknowledge and thank Pia for the work she did in organizing this particular conference. She had contributed in a significant way to the organization of this conference, and as all will attest, it's been tremendous in terms of the level of the presentations and the content. Pia is a native of Switzerland, did her original training in Lausanne in the western part of the country, and she then went to the Boston Children's Hospital to do training in neonatal neurology, where she worked with pioneers in the field such as Joe Volpe and Audrey Duplessis. We were then fortunate enough to recruit Pia to Montreal and to McGill and the Montreal Children's Hospital in 2010, where she joined our division of neonatology at the Montreal Children's Hospital and the Department of Pediatrics. She had followed a clinician scientist pathway, and she developed the Neo Brain Lab, which looks at all aspects of neonatal neuroscience, but from the basic level to clinical to the translation from one to the other and back again. She had been successful as a clinician scientist with multiple operational grants from various funding sources, and just recently she was successful in securing a senior award from the FRQS. Pia will be presenting on preventing and repairing brain injury following birth asphyxia, so I'll turn it over to Pia now. Pia?
To present you about preventing versus repairing brain injury following birth asphyxia. I have nothing to disclose. And today we'll have 3 objectives. So the first McGill Neonatal conference 10 years ago was about hypothermia. And so, the idea today would be to recapitulate the impact that hypothermia had on the management of neonatal encephalopathy in the last 10 years. Review the limitation of therapeutic hypothermia, and also explore how we can promote brain repair. So first, I wanted to start with one patient that got transferred to our NICU as an example. It was a baby from a 30-year-old mother, a normal pregnancy, like it often is. She presented with decreased fetal movement, a biophysical profile of 2/10, and induction was recommended. She developed fetal bradycardia and had to undergo stat C-section under general anesthesia. Apgar was 0, 2, and 5. Baby was born flat with no heart rate, had to receive PPV, FiO2 was increased to 100%, baby was intubated at 4.5 minutes of life. Heart rate went to around 50 beats per minute. Then chest compression was started, and then finally heart rate improved. The core pH was not available. The first case was pH 7.06, base excess of -19, and lactate of 29. She was a SARNOT free on admission with a severe EEG that I have here. So you can see from what you've learned from the previous talk, this is a severe EEG because the upper and lower baseline are below the 5 microvolt. The course in the NICU, she was ventilated on minimal vent settings, finally extubated on day of life 8 to CPAP, then on room air on day of life 11. She was hemodynamically unstable during the first day of life. She had to have 2 NS bolus, dopamine, dobutamine, epinephrine, and hydrocortisone. She had presented with hypoglycemia. She went on antibiotic. She had vitamin K, FFP, and platelets. And she had refractory seizure on phenobarbital, phenytoin, Keppra, Topamax, carbamazepine, and midazolam. MRI show a brain injury score of 4, which means total brain injury with involvement of the cortex, white matter, and basal ganglia. And parents at this time decided to go for comfort care. And she went to LeFar. Despite improvement in neonatal care, birth asphyxia and the resulting neonatal encephalopathy is still causing a significant number of deaths around the world and is associated with significant long-term morbidity, including cerebral palsy and intellectual disabilities. In Canada, it's approximately 2.4 cases per 1,000 live births. And the treatment, the current standard treatment for this baby is hypothermia. So you cool this baby to 33.5 degrees. You try to start it before 6 hours of life, and you continue it for 72 hours. The mechanism of protective effect of hypothermia, it prevents apoptosis, reduce the mitochondrial dysfunction, reduce excessive free radical production, mitigate the reperfusion injury, and depress the immune response, and has some suppression of epileptic activity and seizure. Typically, the criteria to start cooling, at least in our NICU, are gestational age more than 36 weeks and birth weight more than 1,800 grams, with evidence of at least one sign of fetal distress and one sign of neonatal distress. The goal of hypothermia is to prevent the development of brain injury, but it doesn't repair them once they are developed. It has been shown through trials to reduce the rate of death or severe disability in the treated infants, and it has shown significant benefits, especially in the neonates with moderate AEG abnormality. However, this therapy has limited success. So we can see from the original trial, the rate of death or disability was around 60 in the control patient, not treated with cooling. And this rate went down to 45%, 48% in the treated infants. More recently, the more recent trial has shown that this rate of adverse outcome is now around 29%. Is especially reduced because the mortality have been from 25% in the original trial to 10% in most recent trials. And nobody is sure why it has decreased, but the three reasons that have been suggested are earlier initiation of therapeutic hypothermia, now that it's standard of care, increased knowledge of the neuroprotective care of the cold asphyxiated babies, and finally, a bigger proportion of infants with mild neonatal encephaly are probably cold, and so give obviously better outcome. It has been demonstrated that the sooner you cool, the best it is. And you can see from this drawing that the age as initiation of cooling is just really important. So the sooner we can start, the best outcome we have. And all kind of study have been done and are ongoing to optimize this therapy. For example, it has been shown that the optimal temperature is 33.5 degrees. Cooling lower doesn't lead to more protection. Cooling longer also didn't lead to more protection. And finally, the rate of world warming had less effect on protection than the duration of hypothermia. On the side of clinical trial, it has been shown that cooling for 72 hours at 33.5 degrees optimal. Longer and deeper cooling can be deleterious. Cooling beyond 6 hours and less than 24 hours was safe, but the efficacy was controversial. We are now waiting the result for neonates 33 to 35 weeks of gestational age, and also awaiting the result for cooling in mild neonatal encephalopathy. Locally, we have looked, at the impact of cooling, and we had quite a lot of cases in the last 10 years. And we have shown that there is high variation, between the center, in the number of cases of cooling, and also in the one developing brain injury. So there is definitively work to be continued. As a reminder, there is 3 phases of neonatal encephalopathy. There is the first phase during the first 6 hours of life, which is the primary phase, with mostly excitotoxicity and cell swelling. There is a second phase that goes 6 to 48 hours with the apoptosis and mitochondrial collapse. And finally, there is a tertiary phase after 48 hours, continuing for several days and even weeks, which is the tertiary phase with chronic inflammation. So what hypothermia tries to do is to block the second phase of injury, and by there, decrease the impact of brain injury. So it's why it's so important to start within the first 6 hours. And this is really the window of opportunity, because, to block the secondary phase, you really have to act in the latent phase. But now there is raising question of neuroprotection, which is the case for hypothermia, which the therapeutic window is limited to the first few hours of life to reduce, the development of brain injury. the new key factor that is coming is neural restoration, where the therapeutic window would be expanded to days, possibly weeks, where you could repair brain injury. And so neuroprotection has been the target in the last 10 years, and maybe neural restoration would be the next target for the next 10 years. And it would be really important in this baby to develop additional therapy that enhance a brain repair process, because that would improve functional and structural recovery. There is different treatment that are being studied, targeting either, again, the latent and secondary phase, in addition to hypothermia, and some of the names you have probably seen: allopurinol, azithromycin, exendin, magnesium sulfate, melatonin, xenon, and sildenafil, and some therapy targeting the tertiary phase, so this neural restoration part. And these are the therapy like erythropoietin, stem cell, and sildenafil. So in our case, we'll discuss more sildenafil, because this is the research we are doing here at the Montreal Children's Hospital. As you know, sildenafil is already used on a daily basis for newborn to treat their persistent pulmonary hypertension. It has been shown to be efficient to treat persistent pulmonary hypertension, to reduce mortality, and to improve physiological parameters of oxygenation. There is no important side effect associated. Only one is the decrease of mean arterial blood pressure with first dose. But none of the treated babies have been reported to develop intraventricular hemorrhage. Surprisingly, the effect of sildenafil on the brain has never been studied systematically. There is only one study that reports 4 newborns followed up to 18 months of age, but they had a normal brain MRI and a normal neurological exam. But again, they were not asphyxiated at birth. There is no study with large number of patients. There is one ongoing by a pharmaceutical company, but they have excluded the asphyxiated baby from this study. So this is to review the possible effect of sildenafil. So sildenafil is well known for its effect on men, but the less well-known effect is the effect on the brain and the vessel. So it's supposed to have an effect on neurogenesis, so the growth of new neurons, on synaptic plasticity, memory, and recovery after stroke. And this is the part that is interesting for asphyxiated babies. So what we did is we try on animal. We took some Viagra or sildenafil, and we give it to the animal for 7 days at different doses that correspond to the doses that can be given to the babies. And we then collected the brain and the eyes on day of life 30. We show that we look at the brain injury. So here you can see an animal that was not exposed to the hypoxia ischemia. And here an animal that was exposed to the hypoxia ischemia. So you can see the big hole in the brain. With the increasing dose of sildenafil, you can see that the hole become slightly smaller. You can also, we also look at the inflammatory cell in the brain. So the inflammatory cells are causing damage in the brain after hypoxia ischemia. So you can see in the animal not exposed to hypoxia ischemia, the astrocyte and microglia, the 2 types of inflammatory cells, are very low. But with hypoxia ischemia, they increased. And you can see that with the different dose of the sildenafil, they decreased in the brain, meaning less inflammation. They also become, like you can see on this picture, less activated. And so they become, again, not as destructive as when they are activated. Finally, we look at the number of neurons in the cortex and see that the number of neurons, try to increase after hypoxia ischemia, because the brain try to repair a bit, but the intrasec process is not efficient by itself. But with sildenafil, the increase is bigger. So these results are really encouraging, and we are now trying the sildenafil in babies, and hopefully we'll be able to present some results soon. So now I just wanted to show you some MRI imaging. So this is a baby that had the same story as the first baby. And you can see at the MRI on day of life 2, you can see the extent of the brain injury in the basal ganglia, but also in the cortex and the white matter on both sides. And you can see now the evolution of his brain on day of life 10. You can see it becomes whiter. You see less well the difference between the white and gray matter. And you see over time on day of life 30, the brain is shrinking down. The basal ganglia also are shrinking down. And here is the evolution at 6 months with the brain that is really not so much tissue anymore and well deformed from the evolution. You can see now the first baby that we discussed had similar injury on day of life 2 in the brain throughout the cortex, the white matter, and the basal ganglia. And this baby received the sildenafil treatment, and you will see the difference in the brain. The day of life 10 look quite similar, but the 3 months, we should be really shrinkage, but is better organized than the other brain, suggesting, that it's again some encouraging results. I would like to thank my funding, to allow me to do this research. And here is my lab and 2 websites that you can check, especially this one, targeted for parents of asphyxiated baby undergoing cooling, with plenty of useful information for them. And I'm happy to take any question.
Thank you very much, Pia, for an excellent overview of birth asphyxia and some therapeutic strategies we can use to improve outcome. Next off, I will have the pleasure of presenting Louise Cochlis. Louise, I've worked with, I'm sorry, I'm not giving away any secrets, Louise. I've worked with you for 30 years in the neonatal neurology follow-up clinic, and it's been a pleasure to do so all this time. I continue to learn from you in that clinic, with your care provided to these children and their families. Indeed, if you want to see neuropathology, Neonatal Neurology Clinic, unfortunately, is the place to see it. Louise is a pediatrician. I mentioned that she works in the neonatal follow-up clinic and neonatal follow-up program at the Montreal Children's Hospital for a long time. And in addition, she's also worked as a pediatrician in Hôpital Marie-Enfant, which is one of Montreal's major pediatric rehabilitation centers. In introducing Louise, I also get the opportunity to personally thank her for her help in organizing this particular conference, and her input has been important to yield the quality of the conference we've all been participating in. Elizabeth Bernard is probably a future Louise Cochlis, in the sense that she is a pediatrician, graduate of Université de Montréal and the pediatric residency program at the Hôpital Saint-Justin's, who has been a trainee in our neonatal follow-up program for the last year. Together, Louise and Elizabeth will present on neonatal follow-up after brain injury, neurodevelopmental evaluation, and cerebral palsy management. Louise, Elizabeth, take it away.
Bonjour à tous, bienvenue à cette présentation sur le suivi néonatal après une lésion neurologique, où nous nous intéresserons là, au suivi neurodéveloppemental chez les patients au risque d'évoluer vers une paralysie cérébrale. Je suis Elisabeth Bernard, je suis pédiatre et couramment fellow en suivi néonatal. J'ai la chance de présenter aujourd'hui aux côtés de Dr. Cochlis, qui est une pédiatre qui a dédié sa carrière au suivi néonatal au sein de l'Hôpital de Montréal pour enfants, ainsi qu'au suivi des patients avec paralysie cérébrale au sein des centres de réadaptation. Nous n'avons aucun conflit d'intérêt à déclarer. Les objectifs de cette présentation sont de comprendre la trajectoire diagnostique de la paralysie cérébrale, puis en quoi cette trajectoire-là a évolué au courant des dernières décennies. Nous aimerions que vous connaissiez les outils utiles à la reconnaissance précoce de la paralysie cérébrale et que vous vous sentiez en mesure de nommer les éléments clés de la prise en charge, puis que vous connaissiez un petit peu l'étendue des comorbidités à surveiller. Donc, on ne peut pas passer à côté d'une définition de ce qu'est la paralysie cérébrale. Il s'agit réellement d'un syndrome clinique qui va résulter d'une insulte non évolutive à un cerveau en développement. Pour les fins de cette présentation, on va s'intéresser surtout aux enfants qui ont souffert d'une insulte anténatale ou périnatale. Mais sachez toutefois qu'une insulte qui arrive sur un cerveau dans les 2 années postnatales va également possiblement évoluer vers une paralysie cérébrale. L'atteinte de la fonction motrice est réellement l'élément clé au milieu de ce syndrome clinique. Donc, une atteinte de la posture, du tonus, cette atteinte motrice-là va s'associer à des atteintes sensorielles, neurocognitives, comportementales ou même à de l'épilepsie. Ces symptômes-là, ces signes et symptômes-là, quoi qu'ils soient fréquemment associés, sont non obligatoires pour le diagnostic, puis contribuent à la nature très hétérogène des présentations d'un patient à l'autre. La paralysie cérébrale va être classifiée de plusieurs manières. On va généralement combiner l'utilisation d'une description topographique, donc la monolémie, la diplégie, la quadrie. Bien que cette topographie-là soit de plus en plus remise en question, elle est encore fort utile cliniquement. On se rend compte que il peut y avoir une composante d'asymétrie à notre diplégie qui soulève l'existence d'une hémiplégie sous-jacente frustre, par exemple. Puis, au-delà de la classification topographique, on va vouloir utiliser une classification fonctionnelle qui est généralement le GMFCS, le Gross Motor Function Classification System, qui va du niveau le plus léger qui est le niveau 1 à un niveau 5. Les attentes fonctionnelles vont être différentes, évidemment, en fonction du groupe d'âge du patient, si bien qu'il y a des critères pour un niveau 1 chez les enfants de moins de 2 ans jusqu'à 4 ans, puis un petit peu plus tard dans l'enfance. Puis, en fait, à partir de l'âge de 2 ans, généralement, le niveau GMFCS des patients va pouvoir devenir un peu pronostic puis nous aider à décrire aux parents ce qu'on peut réalistement s'attendre que l'enfant soit capable de faire un peu plus tard. Les facteurs de risque d'évoluer vers une paralysie cérébrale sont forts. En suivi néonatal ont des facteurs de risque clairement identifiables. Toutefois, l'étendue de ces facteurs de risque-là nous montre bien en quoi la paralysie cérébrale est vraiment un terme parapluie là, pour venir chapeauter le résultat auquel peuvent mener des étiologies très variées, puis qu'on apprend à mieux connaître, entre autres avec l'évolution des techniques d'imagerie, mais surtout en génétique. En termes d'épidémiologie, dans une population canadienne de moins de 29 semaines qui a été suivie dans différentes cliniques de suivi néonatal au Canada, on faisait état d'une prévalence là, de près de 6% de la paralysie cérébrale. Puis dans une cohorte qui a été suivie à la clinique de suivi néonatal de l'hôpital de Montréal pour enfants, des patients nés entre 2014 et 2016, puis référés à notre clinique pour une variété de raisons, là, allant de leur extrême prématurité à la présentation d'une asphyxie périnatale, des convulsions, bref, un groupe très hétérogène. 7,7% d'entre eux ont évolué vers un tableau offrant de paralysie cérébrale. au sein d'une population plus générale. En Australie, on faisait état d'1,4 patients par 1000 naissances vivantes atteintes de paralysie cérébrale. En termes d'âge au diagnostic, évidemment, ça va varier en fonction de la présence ou de l'absence de facteurs de risque. Donc, aux États-Unis, pour la population générale, on parlait d'un diagnostic fait autour de l'âge de 2 ans sans la présence de facteurs de risque ou de 19 mois et demi chez les anciens prématurés. Si je reprends cette même cohorte hétérogène de patients qu'on a suivis à l'hôpital de Montréal pour enfants, nos grands prématurés étaient diagnostiqués avec un âge médian de 17 mois, alors que les patients asphyxiés qui, vous le savez, vont présenter une paralysie cérébrale différente là, de celle de nos grands prémas, eux étaient diagnostiqués plus précocement à un âge médian de 6 mois et demi. Donc, ça mène à tout l'enjeu diagnostique qui vient un peu du fait qu'on parle d'une paralysie cérébrale lorsqu'on a une atteinte de la fonction motrice qui est déjà comme cristallisée chez notre patient, alors que on sait maintenant qu'il y a une neuroplasticité importante dont on veut pouvoir faire bénéficier les patients, mais qui va généralement être maximale avant le diagnostic. Si bien que ça fait déjà une dizaine d'années que plusieurs leaders là, en paralysie cérébrale essaient réellement de renverser la vapeur pour qu'on essaie de ne plus être autant dans cette tendance de laisser la chance aux prématurés de se rattraper, d'éviter de vouloir faire de la peine ou de blesser là, les parents qui sont déjà fort éprouvés après que leur enfant ait séjourné en néonatologie. Puis d'essayer de se faire confiance, puis d'accepter que bien avant qu'il y ait une spasticité franche qui soit installée, il y a d'autres signes d'une paralysie cérébrale qui est en train de s'installer, puis qu'on devrait se sentir à l'aise de reconnaître là, comme clinicien. Le tout, comme j'ai dit, dans le but d'essayer de faire profiter à notre patient d'interventions qui sont spécifiques à la paralysie cérébrale, puis même aux sous-types de paralysie cérébrale qui semblent présentés. On parle du Movement Imitation Therapy, de l'enrichissement de l'environnement, de l'enseignement spécifique aux parents, de la thérapie de contrainte, etc., qui vont être efficaces si elles sont appliquées le plus souvent là, dans les 2 premières années de vie de l'enfant. Fait que pour illustrer ce changement de paradigme, là, passé de nos registres qui mentionnaient des diagnostics définitifs de paralysie cérébrale à des registres qui acceptent de nommer le timing of initial CP description dans des périodes aussi précoces que les premiers 6 mois de vie. Fait que pour refléter le changement de paradigme, il y a des guidelines qui ont été publiés par différentes sociétés savantes sur des 2 côtés de l'Atlantique, puis qui sont à toute fin pratique là, des copier-coller du modèle qu'on va survoler ensemble. Pour les fins du suivi néonatal chez des patients qui ont un facteur de risque clairement identifiable, il faudrait, dès l'âge bien avant 5 mois, en fait, qu'on ait procédé à un examen neurologique standardisé, qu'on ait tenté d'obtenir autant que possible une imagerie par résonance magnétique, puis qu'on ait obtenu une évaluation des mouvements généraux, les general movements. Ces algorithmes-là, quand on combine les étapes proposées, devrait mener le clinicien à être capable de poser un diagnostic définitif de paralysie cérébrale ou en tout cas d'être capable, avec assez de confiance, de nommer les patients qui sont à haut risque d'évoluer vers une paralysie cérébrale. Un petit mot sur le Hammersmith Infant Neurological Examination que je souhaitais vous partager d'une part parce qu'il est disponible pour l'auto-formation du clinicien en ligne sur le site web des auteurs. Puis d'autre part, parce qu'il est largement utilisé en recherche, puis que les scores obtenus permettent un pronostic. Cet outil d'évaluation-là, bien qu'il puisse paraître intimidant, est en fait un guide pour structurer votre examen neurologique complet qui inclut l'évaluation des nerfs crâniens, de la posture, des réflexes posturaux de votre patient, de la qualité de ses mouvements puis de son comportement pendant l'examen. Puis, comme j'ai dit, d'obtenir un score qui va pouvoir être rassurant quant à l'existence d'une paralysie cérébrale ou qui va, au contraire, confirmer des signes inquiétants, puis guider par rapport au pronostic, c'est-à-dire une paralysie cérébrale ambulante ou non ambulante. Un autre outil qu'on ne peut plus ignorer, c'est l'évaluation des mouvements généraux, le General Movement Assessment. Il s'agit vraiment d'une technique d'observation des mouvements spontanés de l'enfant dans la période qui va précéder l'apparition des mouvements volontaires. Les mouvements généraux vont être de type writing movement dans la période pré-terme, puis dans la période post-terme, vraiment autour de 3 mois d'âge corrigé. La période des fidgety movements ou des mouvements de gigotement, qui sont des mouvements spontanés continus qui intéressent à la fois le tronc et les membres, puis qui, s'ils sont présents, vont être fort rassurants par rapport à l'intégrité du système neurologique. Il existe également le Detailed GMA, pour lequel les données sont en train de s'accumuler quant à la pertinence de cet outil-là pour prédire l'évolution vers une quadrie émise ou une diplégie, par exemple. Quand on combine l'ensemble des outils qui sont proposés dans l'algorithme, certains auteurs ont démontré qu'on pouvait arriver à prédire l'évolution vers une paralysie cérébrale avec une sensibilité, mais aussi une spécificité fort enviable. Donc, réellement, on voit qu'on gagne en synergie à combiner différents outils proposés dans l'algorithme. Donc, maintenant que je vous ai présenté brièvement le processus diagnostique, je vais céder la parole à Dr. Coclas pour ce qui est de la prise en charge.
Merci beaucoup, Elisabeth. Alors, suite à ces discussions, on peut parler maintenant du rôle du suivi néonatal. Le rôle, c'est bien sûr d'offrir du support à la famille après une naissance qui ne s'est pas déroulée telle qu'on l'avait imaginé et qui a pu être particulièrement traumatisante. C'est aussi d'évaluer et d'investiguer de façon précoce et avec les meilleures méthodes reconnues la paralysie cérébrale et ce, en collaboration avec les équipes multidisciplinaires. C'est aussi de reconnaître donc les signes précoces de paralysie cérébrale chez l'enfant et de le référer rapidement vers le centre de réadaptation, de repérer et traiter les comorbidités associées. Maintenant, la référence en centre de réadaptation pour des services doit se faire le plus rapidement possible. Et c'est important, lorsqu'on fait notre demande, de bien nommer les déficiences. Et c'est important si on peut nommer une déficience motrice sévère et persistante, mais c'est encore plus important si on peut nommer les signes précoces de paralysie cérébrale ou à haut risque de paralysie cérébrale car ça aidera les centres de réadaptation à mieux diriger nos patients. C'est important d'en discuter avec les familles et d'obtenir le consentement du parent. Et tout ça, c'est dans le but d'obtenir des interventions le plus précocement possible. Maintenant, on a parlé des comorbidités et les comorbidités font partie intégrante de la définition de la paralysie cérébrale depuis 2007. Et j'aimerais attirer votre attention sur l'épilepsie, les difficultés d'alimentation, l'irritabilité neurologique, les troubles du sommeil et la douleur qui peuvent devenir un grand défi pour la famille et peuvent également être difficiles à traiter pour les médecins. On peut s'imaginer que rapidement de nombreux spécialistes gravitent autour de l'enfant et de sa famille et ça peut être très difficile de s'y retrouver. Le rôle du médecin de famille doit être encouragé, ou pédiatre, doit être encouragé afin d'éclairer la famille sur l'ensemble du dossier. Et j'aimerais aussi porter votre attention sur un document tout chaud à la paralysie, à la Société canadienne de pédiatrie, soit une fiche de santé et de bien-être pour les enfants ayant la paralysie cérébrale de niveau 1 et 2 au GMFCS. C'est une fiche de santé que vous pouvez imprimer et qui s'intéresse non seulement à la santé physique de l'enfant, mais à son bien-être en général et qui s'appuie sur les 6 F élaborés par Can Child, soit la fonction, la famille, la fraternité, la forme physique, la félicité et le futur. En conclusion, dans cette présentation, on a voulu vous inciter à proposer un diagnostic précoce de paralysie cérébrale et ce diagnostic précoce aura de nombreux avantages tant pour la réadaptation que pour la famille, en favorisant des interventions plus spécifiques au diagnostic, en optimisant la période de plasticité cérébrale, en s'assurant de prévenir les complications associées et en offrant un support pour les familles qui soit personnel ou à travers des groupes d'entraide ou même financiers le plus précocement possible. Alors, je vous invite donc à suivre ces nouvelles recommandations et à travailler à poser un diagnostic de paralysie cérébrale le plus tôt possible. Merci beaucoup.
Ainsi qu'une ou deux sources là, qui vous permettront d'aller plus loin. Merci encore à Dr. Santana et Dr. Wintermark pour cette superbe opportunité de vous partager l'état des lieux là, pour ce qui est de la paralysie cérébrale. Merci.
Okay, thank you very much, Louise and Elizabeth, for that overview of cerebral palsy. I would like to call upon the other presenters in this last session to come out from the studio, come out from the back, from behind the curtain. I feel like the Wizard of Oz here. Hi, everyone. Okay, so we're going to assemble, I've assembled some questions, some from the audience, some personal queries. Steve, What would you say are the gaps in our knowledge when it comes to neurological consequences in the setting of congenital heart disease? And another question that came forward is behavior challenges in these kids as they get older. What do we know about that?
So, Michael, great questions. I think the one thing to highlight is that this whole field really is, I've seen an evolution since my start as a resident with you, when you and Annette and others at McGill were starting to examine these babies and notice changes before they went to surgery clinically. So I think it's important to keep in mind how young the field is. It's fetal, if not neonatal. And so, what are the important gaps? There are so many. And, I tend to think of what's going on earliest as being critical. So very excited to be working with Mike Seed and colleagues at Sick Kids through the Child Bright network that you mentioned on a trial of maternal hyperoxygenation to see, can we promote brain development in the fetus with heart disease? And I suspect that oxygen is only going to be one part of the story, and we have to think of nutrition. I also think we need to look later, when I spoke yesterday about the preterm baby, around the idea of the home or homics. I think this is just as relevant for babies with heart disease as what happens to them afterwards, and relevant to your second point about behavior. So how do social disparities influence the outcomes of these children? There's now a wealth of data from people like Shab Pevandi that the heart outcomes are very different based on your zip code or postal code. So while the answer I think many people want to hear to that question of what are the gaps is we should be doing more about genomics, I also think we have to be doing a lot of work on the postal code or the zip code, depending on what country you're in and how that influences outcome. I think if we could address the fetus in the home, we'll see dramatically different outcomes and hopefully behavior improvements.
I mean, you touched on it in that answer, but what sort of prenatal intervention strategies are available beyond prenatal hyperoxygenation, which you're looking at in your trial as part of Child Bright?
So I think that there's several groups that are focused on the oxygen aspect. Abe Rudolph has often reminded us that there's also alterations in how glucose and other nutrients are getting to the brain. And it's interesting to see how in the preterm world, nutrition is really becoming a focus. And when I see work by people like Emily Tam, who is another Canadian now at Sick Kids, looking at things like DHA as a preventive strategy for intraventricular hemorrhage, but data from San Francisco suggesting that you'd have to intervene prenatally. I think that we're going to see a lot of parallels and more attention to prenatal nutrition.
Okay, great. And also, ask any adult who underwent deep hypothermic circulatory arrest, and they'll tell you about massive brain fog that lasts for weeks. And these kids, they're too little to tell you about that brain fog. But I mean, it's a critical period of development. Every day counts for a newborn or a young infant. If they're not making the connections, then subsequent aspects of development are not proceeding on a great foundation. I mean, is there any way to quantify that, and I use that word loosely, brain fog that results from deep hypothermic circulatory arrest?
Yeah, so good to keep in mind how much things have advanced. Again, if I go back to when I was a resident, we used to see these babies with post-pump chorea after their bypass, and that's gone now, right? The inflammatory stress around all of this, you look to Pia's, the data that she presented on inflammation after HIE and therapeutic strategies there, totally relevant to these babies who have their blood volume pumped through plastic hundreds of times in bypass. Interesting, though, that the brain injury seems much more related to what happens postoperatively in those first 24 hours in low cardiac output states. And so can we do more to prevent that fog? I think so, but I don't think we need to focus exclusively on when they're under bypass or having deep hypothermic circulatory arrest. I think we need to look at what we use for sedation, analgesia, and anesthesia in this population.
Okay. Don't worry, Pia, I haven't forgotten about you. Here are your questions. What do you attribute the expected improvement of sildenafil or Viagra to in this particular context of the asphyxia injury? What is the mechanism of action that you would attribute to it?
So the mechanism of action, we are still working on it exactly to find out how the sildenafil works. But what we think it does, it reduces the size of the brain injury. It improves the function. It prevents the death of neuron. It increases the new neurons. It improves myelin. And it decreases inflammation. So overall, if that does the same in the babies, we hope their injury will be less.
And a question that just came in: do you think that we'll be able to offer hypothermia to the preterm baby, the baby that's under 36 weeks?
I think it's all debated because of the risk of intraventricular hemorrhage. I see the other question of individualized treatment. Probably, I don't know, in the next 10 years, maybe in the next 20 years, it may come, because depending if you have inflammation underlying your hypoxia, ischemia, or other things, the treatment that you will add to hypothermia may be different.
Okay. And what would you feel are the most promising agents to add to hypothermia? That's, if you took a scan of the therapeutic landscape now, which one would you put your money on? We'll be using 5 years from now. In addition, and again, I've been hearing about this at meetings, Steve, for 10 years about additional agents beyond hypothermia, and they haven't made it to the stadium yet. So what do you think on the horizon will be the one we'll be using?
I guess I have a bias. I would say sildenafil.
No, but other than that, Pia,
well, I think they are all trying, and what they think is also combining some of them. I think erythropoietin is the one that has been the most tested, but unfortunately, I think it will depend how you test the efficacy also, because now there is so many baby with mild encephalopathy being called that if you treat all this one, in all case, you will not show that your treatment is efficient, because in all case they are doing well. So what we did for sildenafil is a bit different. We are targeting the baby that have brain injury on day of life 2. And we are trying to repair this one, so hopefully we'll dilute less the effect of the sildenafil and can show it work. We'll see.
Okay, and this is going to be an off the wall question, but okay, I can ask this off the wall question. I've just finished reading the book Code Breakers, and it's all about what is the most amazing scientific advance in the last 10 years, and that's unlocking messenger RNA and CRISPR, and we've seen that in real time now with the vaccine for the pandemic. I'm convinced that there are genes that promote our response to injuries or mitigate our response to injury, that promote our ability to recover from injury or hinder our ability to recover from injury. Do you see any role for CRISPR and messenger RNA technology in terms of turning on or off these genes acutely that would make a difference for these children? Or is it pure science fiction?
I think we'll be interested to have the genetic material, because definitively the answer to treatment is not the same. But the problem is it's very expensive. So it's already very expensive to run a trial. So then you will need to combine the team, to do all that, but it would be really interesting, because we think, also for sildenafil, there is a variant in the way that you process the sildenafil. And so if we knew that, for each child, probably it will be very interesting, because you could, probably increase or decrease the dose according to the variants you have. And I'm guessing it's the same for every treatment. So if you would have a more personalized marker, you could probably do better. But exactly, that will take probably the next 20 years.
Okay. And Louise and Elizabeth, you work on the follow-up part of things, but what should be the substance and the extent of our discussion in the neonatal intensive care unit about the possible outcomes of some of these deleterious effects on the newborn? Should we bring up the topic of cerebral palsy, intellectual disability, autistic spectrum disorders with parents in the acute setting? And what should be the substance of our talk with the parents?
I think more and more we are bringing our expertise in the NICU. The neonatologists are calling upon us to discuss with the parents, especially with the most severe cases. So I think we will be part of the discussion more and more. And I think we can bring the perspective of seeing children that do evolve to cerebral palsy, but we also see other cases that, as you mentioned, I think you also see this, children that we expect poor outcome that for some reason evolve positively. So I think we have to keep our positive, some positive discussion for the parents, not to lose complete hope for their children when there is possibilities. Of course, in some cases, as described by Pia in her presentation, some of these children, I think parents make decisions that are quite difficult to make at a point where the children are at the beginning of their lives, and it can be quite difficult to make a decision, and sometimes we can be surprised by the outcome that parents have chosen to go to full treatment. And some do poorly and some do very well for reasons that we don't completely understand. So I think in the follow-up, we try to keep some hope, yet being realistic. And I think we can bring that expertise to the families, especially that we have a long-term follow-up with the families.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for your wisdom on this. Once again, I want to thank all the speakers in the afternoon session today. It's all been high level, a lot of learning, a lot of good discussion. I also want to give a nice shout out to Guilherme, Pia, Louise, and all the other individuals who contributed to the organization of this particular conference. Hopefully next year we'll be able to gather in person. They look like there is a light at the end of the tunnel. It's not an oncoming train, thankfully. So I'd like to thank the speakers, and I'm going to bring forward from behind the screen. I'll wave my magic wand. I'll make him appear. Richard Gauchelin, who's the director of the Division of Neonatology at the Montreal Children's Hospital, an associate professor in the Department of Pediatrics, will come out to provide a few closing remarks. Richard, there you are. You appeared.
Merci Michael. Alors, c'est déjà la fin. 2 demi-journées remplies d'informations, d'excellents conférenciers, 16 conférenciers. Merci beaucoup. Beaucoup d'excellentes discussions. J'ai appris énormément de choses. On a eu la chance d'explorer, de réexplorer la neurologie néonatale, de l'embryon jusqu'à l'enfant gradué des unités néonatales. Merci. I'd like to thank once again the organizing committee, our secretarial team, PBSF for their technical support, and as well as our sponsors. Thank you to each of our speakers, and thank you for all of you, our participants, with a record-breaking number this year. Was very much appreciated, even though we couldn't see each other, to feel and see the presence from so many of you. Please do not forget to complete your presence forms online as well as the evaluation forms. And donc, on se souhaite l'an prochain un rendez-vous en personne à Montréal et qu'on puisse se voir. Alors, bonne fin de journée et merci.
Roughly every 10 seconds, a newborn dies. So many of these deaths could be prevented by the amazing benefits of an own mother's milk diet, especially for those infants in need of care in the NICU. Research clearly shows the power of own mother's milk to reduce the risk and severity of disease, to build the strength and resilience of our most vulnerable infants. And yet, there is currently no global data outlining how many vulnerable infants are benefiting from this all-important start in life. On this critical issue, we're in the dark. We must do better. We must create a clearer picture of how many NICU infants across the world are being given this vital protection in the volumes they need in order to drive quality improvement. Working with leading experts, Medela has created simple but effective tools NICUs can use to assess the human milk practices they have in place, collect data, identify potential for improvement, and implement evidence-based best practices. Help us create a brighter future. Help us put human milk in the spotlight and drive changes that can benefit every infant. Talk to your Medela representative today to understand the tools we have available.
Technology is increasingly present in our lives, shortening distances, bringing faster solutions, and with more practical ways of living day by day. We believe that for all of this to make sense, every solution needs a reason to exist. So why not focus on using this technology to solve real problems in our society? At a time when neonatology had an important reduction in mortality, and today it has the challenge of preserving the quality of life of patients and their families. In a scenario where the number of children with disabling diseases is very large, representing a hard socioeconomic burden in Brazil and in the world. In a country of continental proportions where the heterogeneity of resources, protocols, and conducts represents a harsh reality. PBSF, Protecting Brains and Saving Futures, was born with the motto of bringing accessible technology and intelligence to prevent neurological sequelae, as with the objective of promoting initial and longitudinal education and training, and also facilitating the implementation of methodologies and tools for early diagnosis and neuroprotection on a large scale. And for this, we created the CSI, a central of surveillance and intelligence where we use an advanced telemedicine system to break borders and shorten distances. In this scenario, we've already monitored more than 4,000 children in more than 270,000 hours of monitoring, distributed in more than 30 hospitals, located in all 5 regions of the country. In addition, we're extremely pleased to work with international partnerships with a focus on education, research, and technological development. But we want to go further, generating homogeneity of protocols and conducts between distance centers and with different resources. With intelligent monitoring, longitudinal education, and capacity building, we can better serve high-risk babies. Together, we can make a difference in the lives of each of these little patients. We believe in the fundamental importance of each of these children being able to read, learn, and believe in tomorrow. Only in this way can we build a country and a better future. PBSF. Learn more at pbsf.com.br.